my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone controlled you.
Hello, everyone. So we are finishing up solving our last technical problems, and then we should get good to going. So maybe in like 5 to 10 minutes. But yeah, so thank you. Hello, everyone. Oh, also, just keep your mic right here. Okay, cool. So, welcome to the third annual What If conference. It's in Columbia, Missouri, as you happen to find yourself here. The last 2 years, we were over at Westminster College. This started initially as just a campus club. And then Matt and I kept thinking, and we eventually turned it into a business and grew it into a larger event. And so, welcome, and thank you for joining us on our story. Yeah, so What If brings together a lot of very different types of people. And so if you look around the room, you'll see everyone from designers to educators to some CEOs, business owners, nonprofits.
Rock stars.
Rock stars, yeah, we have rock stars today. And the bands will be participating. I don't know if they're here yet, but yeah, they'll be participating the whole day, so cool. Yeah, and starting late is a tradition of ours, so we're right on track, right? Yeah, the first year I think it was like 30 minutes late, and so this year I think we're only 10. That's
13.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, the whole format of the day, we like to mix things up a lot. There are 4 big sessions, and in each session there are 5 speakers, each of them talking for 8 minutes, and then there's a breakout group.
during these breakouts, we have a very simple format to follow. We're going to break it down to 5-10-5. And if you were at the workshop last night, you'll know 5-10-5 is referring to minutes. So in the first 5 minutes, you have some papers on the tables here. You'll see when you get into these groups, you're going to have 5 minutes to brainstorm and to put out of your head any way you want to, whether it's through pictures, whether it's through song, whether it's through words, whatever, to put out all of your reactions, all of your thoughts, all of what you got out of the questions that you just heard asked. You can talk with each other, you can do whatever, but the focus here is just to get what's going on in your head onto the paper. The next 10 minutes, then we want you to discuss amongst each other in your group, what did you think about the presentations? What can you add to the presentations? Do you have any experience with them? Do you have any thoughts? Look at what other people wrote on these sheets and ask them, well, you wrote this. What do you mean by that? Or I wrote the same thing. And just have a free-flowing discussion for the next 10 minutes. The final 5 minutes, and this is a first for What If, and we're excited that you get to be our guinea pigs, is we're going to challenge you to come up with 3 to 5 action steps, and not just random steps, but sequential steps that you can now take the question that you heard, the discussion that you had, and a plan or some sort of path to push those into action. Now these can be for each question that you heard. You can start combining questions that you heard. It's really up to you, but we want to get from you what are steps, do this, and then this, and then this, that you can turn what you just heard here, the discussions you had, into some sort of action that can change the world.
For the better.
For the better, or it depends on who's in your group, I guess. And we also want you to think big. What if we're on a mission to bridge the gap between motivation and the ability to execute on ideas? So we're going to help do that, but look at us. There's no way we can do it. We need you to do this. We're in the business of crowdsourcing ideas, of using active curiosity to make a difference, and that's something that requires you and a whole lot less of us. So we're going to get off stage. We're going to turn it over to our questionnaires, unless you have anything else. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, you want to introduce Alex? Oh, yeah, so Alex Altamare, he is a serial entrepreneur, I think, and he was one of the founders of Beta Blocks, an accelerator in Kansas City, but he's going to talk to us about something slightly different today. So, with that, Alex. Sweet. Thank you.
Hi, guys. I think I'm going to have a seat. I like this living room setting. So I just want to kind of just start with the precursor. As I was thinking about this thing, I remembered something that I had learned long ago in a history class, which was that intelligence and invention weren't always closely coupled. In ancient times, it was, in fact, kind of the other way around. You see, intelligence was viewed as the gift of uncovering that which was already known, and then creating things was viewed as the divine province of gods. And so the people who created were actually like the devil, dangerous usurpers. So it's kind of cool that we can come together in this time today and be able to talk about things at the What If conference where we're questioning each other and trying to create new things. So that said, let's get started. Do any of you know what the singularity is? The technological singularity. If you've heard of this, that's the point in time, or this hypothetical moment when artificial intelligence will surpass human intelligence, and it'll lead to the world being a really strange, unpredictable, chaotic place. So to get a better understanding of what this might look like, imagine you have a puppy and you come home and your puppy's been really bad. And you can't yell at him because the poor little guy won't get it. You didn't catch him in the act. And so the puppy won't link the cause and effect of this. He won't look at the destroyed throw pillow and you scolding him and link the two. He just won't understand what's going on. So your cute little puppy isn't quite smart enough. So we take for granted that we're at the top of this food chain here of intelligence, and imagine what it might feel like to be in the puppy's situation. So post singularity, this is what it'll be like to us and our robot overlords here. We'll be incapable of comprehending the cause and effect that would take place. And we're not quite as passive as puppies. People don't generally tolerate injustice or misjustice very well. So when's this all going to happen? There was a Singularity Summit in 2012 that took place. Stuart Armstrong did a study where he analyzed all these experts' opinions on when the singularity might happen. And what he found was that the span was about the next century, but the mean year was 2040, which is pretty close. Today, I wanted to take this chance at the What If conference to go on the record, really for the first time ever, and say, I'm not sure it's going to happen this way. What if there was another option for the way this is all going to go down? See, evolution has been an incredibly powerful force for millions of years, and it created and refined you and me and our throw pillow destroying little puppies, although we kind of put some finishing touches on them. So what if the force of evolution is more powerful than this technology we're creating? What if the artificial intelligence that we create is going to, in fact, drive the next major evolutionary leap in life? And what if that's going to happen this century? Today, we use technology to enhance our lives. So we use robots and machines to move things, to build stuff, and to communicate. But let's change roles for a second. So let's imagine you guys are robots. You're artificially intelligent, sentient beings, and you're looking at me here, a human, and thinking, how can I use that? How is this a tool for you? Now, here's one way you might look at this, because life's actually found some pretty profound solutions to really complex problems. So because of the universe and the way molecules work and the molecular structure of things, there are limitations. One of the things you might find compelling about what's going on here in this organic pile of goo is data storage. You're going to be really hard-pressed, you robots out there, to find a better, more efficient, more durable, density-efficient way of storing data than DNA. Or how about data processing efficiency? This is absolutely incredible. So our computers today are pretty powerful, but if we wanted to have the processing ability of the human mind, we would need a computer, at today's capacity, we would need a computer bigger than this room. And for those of you watching online, we're in a theater here. There's a balcony. I can barely see the back of the room. This place is big. We would need a computer bigger than this place to be able to match the processing power of our mind. And that computer would need its own power plant just to run it, and it would literally take a river to cool that computer down so that it doesn't melt. Our brains, on the other hand, use just 20 watts of energy. And I got a few drinking buddies who I suspect are even less than that. So rather than exist separate from us, what if technology were to become part of us at the most fundamental genetic level? What if machines could read, write, copy, and paste our DNA? What if cells could talk not only to each other, they already do that via cellular messaging, but what if they could talk to the external world, to computers? We call machines hardware, but what if we start to view our bodies as wetware? It's actually happening in some ways. So currently, where we're at is scientists have done all sorts of cool things, and I could go on for days about all this awesome stuff that's happening, but a couple really neat ones are people who are totally blind. They can attach a camera to the retinas and transmit images through the optic nerve so that people who were completely blind, they're now to the point where they can drive cars around a parking lot, not in traffic, but they can actually drive a car. That's absolutely remarkable. And then this one is crazy. So there was a study at Berkeley done by Nishimoto and Gallant. I didn't know we could, I don't know if we can do slides, but I'll tweet the link to this one because it's insane. So they'd show people an image, put them in an fMRI machine, and then they would analyze their brain and look at which areas of the brain were active, and from the pattern of activity, they could extract an image that is remarkably similar to the one that people are looking at. So we can literally read minds. They can pull pictures from your brain. I'll tweet that link after I'm done here. So this interface, this communication between the body and machines is already beginning to be developed. Where I came in on this, I did some work on a theoretical biorobotic interface consisting of nanorobots, which I call autobiobots. They're theoretical because we can't build on this small of a scale yet, but we understand the way molecules and atoms work. Think of them as Lego blocks, and to get an idea for the scale of size that I'm talking about here, in 12-point font, if you in the period in 12-point font, you would have to make that the size of Chicago in order to be able to see these Lego blocks that I'm talking about. So these nanorobots, these autobiobots, theoretically would exist in every nucleate cell of your body. And they do a few things, but most importantly, they're able to write new genes and able to turn those genes on and off in any cell of your body at any time. The consequences of this are absolutely profound. So we could literally download any biological adaptation we've seen in life. So one example, hibernation is an interesting one. When bears hibernate, their body temperature drops to just a few degrees above freezing, and they consume 2% of the oxygen that they would normally consume when they're alive and running around. And this all happens because of just two genes, PL and PDK4. Now, that would be really handy for interstellar travel. If we were on a trip to Mars, imagine the consequences there. And there's no reason to stop at something basic and simple like hibernation here. A successful implementation of these autobiobots platform will make everything, literally everything we have observed in life, possible. So life exists in some incredibly extreme environments. At the bottom of the ocean under massive pressure, or there's life forms that can literally exist in the vacuum of space. And some life doesn't require oxygen at all, ever. So keep in mind, all of this is accomplished through DNA. The same DNA that's in you, in me, in our cute little pillow-destroying puppies. And DNA is all built on 4 building blocks, A, T, G, and C. Evolution has already found some of the answers to some of these really complex problems that I mentioned, but imagine what might happen if machines that are smarter than us were to begin writing new genetic sequences and finding new answers to things. In the end, I think this is what's going to happen. Because the fluid potential and adaptability for life far surpasses any other medium out there. So back to my original question here. What if this century life will seamlessly fuse with robotics? I mean, I don't think it's that far-fetched. A bacteria millions and millions of years ago would have scoffed and laughed at the idea of multicellular organisms, of people, of our cute puppies. And this isn't that big of a leap from where we are right now. What we're talking about is already happening. So what are the consequences of all this? Do our bodies really matter? What if they didn't? And what if all this organic and inorganic goo that we're made of, that we call life, is merely just a substrate for thoughts and ideas? And what if the entire purpose of life is just to be able to pass along and communicate these ideas? Do we even need life at all? I offer you all these what-ifs here today, and I'm going to leave you with one certainty. It's that life is on the brink of a profound struggle between technologically driven evolution and a resistentialist self-preservation. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, so we already start the morning thinking about the future and trying to get rid of life. So it's a good start, right? Yeah, so next up, whoa.
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt really quickly. We forgot to make a very important announcement, and we'll remind you throughout the day, but in the upper bar area, we are going to have a couple places for you to interact while you're moving around and some of the intentional free time, let's call it. One is there's the local high school, Battle High School, has some 3D printers on display and some people to engage and talk to you about these and how they're being used in the classroom. If you have ideas how they can be used, please share that as well. We have some art installations by local high school students as well. And also one of the partners we're super excited to be working with, Little Bits, who actually have some sample kits and some things here on display that if you were at the workshop yesterday, you may have an idea. This is tremendously exciting. I know Little Bits were presenting at TED just last week, and we've got a representative here to share a little bit about what Little Bits are. Imagine Legos on electricity. So we want to encourage you to go and play around and to explore these things as well as the thoughts that you're hearing up here.
Yeah, Little Bits are super, super awesome. Next up, we have Nancy Tilton. Nancy's the founder of the Mosaic School in Charlotte, North Carolina. After 6 years of teaching in public and private schools, she decided to take time off teaching and learn everything she could about alternative schools. She thought about going to grad school, but then figured that she'd learn more by starting her own school. And it took her a year to create the Mosaic School, but it now serves 28 children and provides Nancy with the most incredible hands-on learning that she ever could have asked for. And so, with that, Nancy Tilton. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm really excited to be here today and talk about what is a pretty simple question. What if more people were happy? I asked this question because I saw what a profound effect choosing happiness in my own life had, not only in creating a new reality for myself, but creating a new reality for all the students and families that I serve. Choosing happiness had value in my community. I want to take you back to explain how this happened to my previous life, my life before, when I taught in public schools and private schools. That was a life where I complained about my job, where I watched a lot of people complain about their jobs. I watched a lot of people unhappy. I watched kids unhappy. I was confused because what I felt was happening in schools is that we were holding sacred compliance and obedience. And I saw kids valuing themselves as, oh, a good child does what they're told to do, and bad children do not do that. And I felt like we were missing the point. John Lennon, in the next slide, talks about this, and this really hits home for me. What do we actually want for our kids? I was thinking that I'd rather have self-actualization be honored in schools and help kids develop a sense of meaning and purpose in life. So after 6 years, I walked away. I said, if this is what education is, I will not be a part of it. But in my 20s, my whole definition of my being was I'm an educator. So where did that leave me? Depressed, utterly and completely depressed. I didn't know who I was anymore. So after 3 months, maybe 4 months of just really soaking up that, I said, well, what can I do? I don't want to live like this. I made a choice, and that choice was to think about what drives me, like what brings me energy. I wanted to start a school. I wanted to teach again, but on my terms. So I said, I'll figure this out. What can I do today to make this happen? I have the internet. I can read books. I can research what other alternatives are out there and get started. I found a really cool organization called the Alternative Education Resource Organization. They had this online school starters course, and I took that at night while I worked a full-time job. I read and read and read, and I started asking parents. I started interviewing parents. What do you want for your children when they are adults? And I heard a lot of great things that were aligned with what I believed. The sense of purpose, meaning in life. Parents wanted their kids to be self-actualized, and they wanted their kids to be happy. So one thing I actually never heard, and I want to say this because it just drives the point home, no parent ever told me, gosh, Nancy, when my kid grows up, I just want them to do what other people tell them to do without question. So nobody wants to value compliance and obedience. And I I found myself 6 months after I left education as I knew it, starting my own LLC, a homeschool enrichment center for just a few families. And these were some of the families that I was interviewing. I was learning. As I was learning, I was creating. I'm a very hands-on learning. I want to learn how to start a school. Well, the best way, start a school. Start something. So I got started. During that time, I found Logan's talk. You may have seen this. It has gone viral this past year. It's been recently recirculated. But Logan, 13-year-old Logan, does a TEDx talk, and he says in his talk, people ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? And Logan goes, I want to be happy. Simple as that. But then Logan does more than that. He decides to study and research happiness. And he finds that this is something that you have to actually actively practice. Happiness is a practice to cultivate in your life. And this had me thinking two different things. Number one, I was thinking, well, what if in the school I create, I actually cultivate happiness? I teach kids this practice of positive psychology. And number two, I'm realizing that as Logan is happy hack schooling, that he states, he's actually creating shareable value in the world. When we are happy, and what I was finding is a parallel. When I am happy, what I do brings value to others. So why aren't we actually cultivating this in schools? I have to stop here for a minute because I want to actually explain what I mean by happiness. I'm not talking about that glass of wine you have at the end of the day after a long, hard day's work. While I love doing that, and maybe too much, I think that is a source of great fun in my life. What I'm actually talking about is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi's state of flow. Csikszentmihalyi is the world's leading researcher on positive psychology. And he says the happiest people spend much time in a state of flow, the state in which people are so involved in an activity that nothing else seems to matter. The experience itself is so enjoyable that people will do it even at great cost for the sheer sake of doing it. What I found was that I lived my life in a state of flow. I woke up and spent most of my day in this state of flow. And what did flow do for me? It drew parents in. People were drawn to me. They wanted a part of it. The parents wanted my life for their children. I was creating shareable value in a community, and I was willing to do really hard work. The biggest question I always get, how do you just start a school? I don't know. I was 30 at the time just trying to figure it out. But you know what? You can figure anything out if what you're doing means that much to you. You can figure out bookkeeping, accounting, legal documents, setting up all the inspections to actually get this school to be recognized by the state. I did it because it meant something to me, because I was in touch with my flow. So I was happy. Last August, I opened a school for 12 students, and I didn't really know what I was doing. It was a little messy in the fall until I continued. I'm still learning every single day. I found this incredible model in Manhattan called the Agile Learning Center, and I realized that I could now have a system to create flow for my kids. What we do is we take best practices in businesses. We look at healthy business cultures that promote a sense of creativity, innovation, that have collaborative systems of learning. And this can happen in schools as well. So I implemented this, and now I get to go to a job every single day where I get to see kids totally engaged in science projects, excited to learn in their flow. I get to see kids playing chess in the zone as they try to figure out their next chess move. I get to watch girls start their own girl band and spend hours writing music and composing and practicing. And I think, what if more kids grew up like this? What if more people spent their time in their flow? Would they be focused on hurting others? Would they be coveting things that they don't have? Would they be focused on what they don't have? I don't think so. I think that they would be creating more shareable value everywhere they go, that would have a ripple effect of change. And I just want to share this call to action. If you are not happy with your reality right now, what can you do about it? Peter Drucker says this wonderfully. The best way to predict your future is to create it. So what do you want to create? Thank you.
Hey, yeah, so now we learned that there shouldn't be life and that we should be happy too. So, yeah, we're mixing up ideas, right? Okay, let's see. I'm going to wait a sec for our tech to get ready. In the meantime, Michael Ashley Applegate is our next presenter. She's a student at Westminster College, and if I remember correctly, majoring in political science and nonprofit administration, perhaps? Maybe. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get this up. Cool. Can you press allow? Can you press allow? Yeah. Cool. These are the things that you edit out at the end. So, thanks. This is a private screening. Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything about it? No. Okay. Cool. And without further ado, here's Michael Ashley Applegate.
Hello. So in thinking about innovation and creativity, I always have more questions than answers. And I can't even think about the concept of human progress without asking what if. We learn, adapt, and evolve together in this progress where we're always solving problems. But what if humans were unable to ask hypothetical questions at all? If critical thinking is what separates us from the rest of the animal kingdom, then how did we learn to push the limits? Did we see a rock rolling down a hill and say, what if I could take that concept and build my own tool to carry the things I need to survive with me? We evolved from monkey see, monkey do, to innovators. This is my third year working with What If in some fashion, and I'm always surprised by the responses that we get from people. Sorry, we'll catch up with the slides. Oh, no. So I'm always surprised by the responses that we get. If you get it, you love it. But at the same time, we still get feedback from some people who are uncomfortable with these ideas. It's too speculative often, or they can't move forward without more certainty in what we're talking about. And so I want to talk about those people today. So I found two real barriers to thinking about the unknown: language and visual perception. So first, one of the most interesting stories I've heard was from this man named Phuc Tran in his TEDx talk. He is a tattoo artist and a grammar enthusiast, and he talked about language and how it deeply influences how he and his family think about reality and possibility. He grew up in Vietnam for a short period of his life, and they moved as refugees to America. In the process, there was a lot of commotion, and they had to travel by bus. And so they boarded the first bus on their way out. And in the commotion, he became really upset and started to cry. So his parents said, okay, we'll wait. They waited for the next bus. Just a few moments later, the first one was hit with artillery fire. And so growing up with this knowledge that just by chance his family survived and made it to America, he often wondered what would have happened had he had stayed on that bus and how the world would have been differently. And so what he realized eventually is that talking to his parents, they didn't understand this concept. He asked them how they felt about the what if, and they responded with confusion. He didn't know at the time, but he was using a little piece of grammar known as the subjunctive. And the subjunctive is pretty elusive to me still, even after weeks of talking to people about it. But what I do know is that it's a mood that we use in language. It expresses uncertainty about some things. It expresses ideas that have not happened yet or could not even be possible. And so it's used often in Spanish, hardly at all in English, and never in Vietnamese. And so he didn't realize that as he had grown up speaking English, his parents, they could feel these ideas. They could feel the fear that something could have happened to them, but they had no language to express this idea. And this was mind-blowing to me. So, along with Fook, I have so many questions about what this means for culture. What do we do when a language has barriers that we can't get through to get others on board with us, with our ideas? And so my second barrier, we'll switch gears really quick, is visual perception. And this is talking about reality versus possibility, the indicative versus the subject. Sorry, I'm going back. But Fook would talk to his parents, trying to explain to them the difference. He could say, if it rained today, we would have gone to the beach. That's subjunctive. On the other hand, he could say indicatively that it did rain today, so we did not. And if you can see the differences, we can talk more about that later. So moving on, we see these real barriers within our culture and our paradigms that keep us from exploring the unknown. And so what happens when visual perception is also bound? Many of us are familiar with this optical illusion. And it's surprising that I didn't know, it's surprising that depending on where you grew up, you see this differently. And so if you grew up in America, you might be deceived at first and think that the side with outward bending angles at the bottom is longer than the other. And if you grew up in foraging groups or in the Kalahari Desert, you would see that they're actually the same size. And so what researchers found in the 1960s is that this is because of our visual perception. So we as Americans, we grew up in boxed rooms. We see corners, we see squares, and we adapted to that. And so as you see, with the outward-facing prongs on the end, that's 3 dimensions. And we think of that line in 3 dimensions, and it looks further away to us. So then it looks like it's longer. And this is surprising information because we're looking at the same image. And so how did we learn to perceive converging lines in 3 dimensions? This example, along with many other studies, was used by anthropologist Joe Henrich to disrupt our understanding of human nature. He believes our mind has a capacity to mold around our culture and our settings, which is opposite to how we usually think about it, where human nature is then creating our culture and our responses to it. So this brings us to my last point. It's often easy to dismiss what-if questions that seem too optimistic, too hypothetical, because we have this distrust in each other, that we can theorize as much as we want. We can ask what-if often, but if we don't trust each other because we are each inherently self-interested, then all of these systems are vulnerable to being taken over. And so as community members here, as activists, as educators, we're charged with making the world better. So how do we do that when there are real barriers? And that's what I would like you to all think about today as we're talking to each other. What is happening in your brain that you are not aware of right now? And so if our quirky anthropology and our culture and our perception and our language and even our grammar can shape our minds in ways that we aren't aware of, then what if human nature isn't stagnant? And what if we are really able to cross these barriers together? Joe, after he finished his studies, he was left with only a few thoughts, and that's that the most interesting things about culture may not be the observable things that we do, the rituals, eating preferences, codes of behavior, and the like, but in the way that these things mold our most fundamental conscious and unconscious thinking and perception. So what keeps you from asking what if? Thank you.
Okay, thank you again to Michael for keeping the questions coming and keeping the thoughts going. And I think we already have a whole lot to think about and to talk about whenever we get to the breakout sessions. But before we get there, yeah, we'll get there eventually. But before we get there, Andrew has another questionnaire to introduce.
We like to remind ourselves that today is just another day. So Josh Finn, Zach, I met a few years ago. I think it was a few years ago. And Josh likes figuring out how to heal people in effective and holistic ways. Specifically, his research focuses on the ways in which the built environment can be dynamically configured to function as medicine. He's explored these concepts in various neuroscience laboratories, including the Mayo Clinic and Yale School of Medicine, as well as architectural firms, including Philip Ram Architects and Estudio Teddy Cruz Architects. His educational goal is to pursue a Master of Architecture and PhD in Neuroscience to eventually become an architectural pharmacologist. And I think what we really appreciate about Josh is that he is mixing up so many different disciplines at the same time to really figure out something awesome. So yeah, without further ado, Josh.
So the diseases that affect us today are primarily ones of slow accumulation, which are often brought on and or exacerbated by stress, unhealthy habits, and environmental toxins. Thus, what we do and what we experience on a daily basis has both short-term and long-term impacts on our physical and mental well-being, and ultimately really lifespan. In fact, it's the job of the brain and the body to adapt to environmental impacts and environmental inputs. Further, humans both shape and are shaped by the environment. So given this relationship, it's conceivable that we can design deliberately the built environment to both induce and habituate specific behaviors and specific physical functions in order to mitigate various degenerative diseases. In fact, the way in which we habituate behaviors and the way in which we habituate physical functions is through repetition. So buildings become the ideal point of intervention through which medicine can be designed. Additionally, every organ system in your body reacts in relation to the environment. It functions in relation to the environment, which makes architecture really a way to design a more holistic medicine that addresses your whole body and every system in it that is currently available through modern pharmacology. So a process through which you can follow to produce these types of buildings is as follows. You first start off through case studies and clinical trials, researching materials whose physical properties can affect the underlying systems and organ systems that produce symptomatologies and various diseases. Next, you can configure these materials into spatial organizations that both habituate and induce specific behaviors in their users, and you shape these spatial organizations into a form that both influences and interacts with the user. So I've included here a couple experimental buildings that I've designed, as well as a couple pieces of technologies from synthetic biology that I've reappropriated for my uses here. So the first one is the sandbox house. This house is designed in order to mitigate the effects of aging. There are various symptoms that I've identified as being able to be influenced by the built environment. The first one of which is a degeneration of the vertebral column. So this causes slouching. The upper spine is often painful. It's often hard to walk. The next symptom is bone degeneration, which often leads to falling. It can lead to osteoporosis. If you fall, you often break something. And this, in fact, is one of the biggest fears of people aging in place, is falling and breaking something. The next symptom is a loss of your vestibular functionality. Your vestibular system in the brain is your sense of balance. So since your brain and your body are both use it or lose it mechanisms, if you slouch over, if you use external crutches to balance yourself, if you look down while you walk, these all signal to your brain that you're not going to use your sense of balance so much because you have external crutches, which means it will eventually deteriorate in its functionality, and you will have an increased likelihood of falling and breaking something. And the last symptom is sleeplessness. You get less sleep and less slow-wave sleep efficiency as you get older, which has impacts as far-reaching as memory, attention span, as well as cardiovascular fitness and health. And finally, that leads to longer, wider, thicker, and stiffer veins, cardiovascular arteries, that often get built up and can lead to heart attack. So the first materiological response that I have come up with here, one more, there you is to replace the floor with fine-grained sand. Fine-grained sand creates a moving, a shifting, soft condition to which your sense of balance has to constantly adjust. So you walk on sand and it moves underneath your feet, which means you need to constantly calibrate the ways in which you can balance your body on this moving mechanism. Furthermore, if you fall on sand, you're not going to break anything. No one's going to break a hip from falling on sand. Sand also takes 4.3 times on average more physiological energy to walk on. So just by moving from space to space in your house, you are getting aerobic exercise, which have impacts as far-reaching as cognition, memory, attention, as well as cardiovascular fitness. The next materiological response, the one before, that I came up with is based on research from NASA. So NASA uses these vibrating metal plates, and they make their astronauts stand on them for 10 to 20 minutes per day after they come back from space, having been in zero gravity. You don't use your muscular tension as much to balance yourself. Your bones are going to deteriorate, and you're going to lose a lot of bone mass. So standing on a metal plate for 10 to 20 minutes per day has been shown to restore a lot of the bone mass that astronauts lose in space. So I reasoned that you spend about 10 to 20 minutes per day in your shower, so I replaced the floor of the shower in this house that you can see there with a vibrating metal plate that is between 28 to 30 hertz per second in its vibrations. Furthermore, your slow wave sleep cycles operate at 12 hertz per second. Your fast wave sleep cycles are 14 hertz per second. You want to be in your slow wave sleep cycle more during your sleep to maximize the amount of benefits that you get from sleeping. So I've designed a bed module, one slide before, there you go. So I've designed a bed module built into the house that's built on top of a vibrating metal plate that's vibrating at 12 hertz per second that will hopefully be able to extend your slow wave sleep cycles. The next experimental proposition that I'm making in terms of medicine is based on a technique developed by a company called Biomason in North Carolina. And Biomason has found a way to combine bacteria and sand to make bricks. They propose this as a sustainable initiative because you're not taking natural resources out of the earth, you're creating your own, sand is replenishable, and this will change the building industry, really. I propose, however, utilizing a byproduct of bacteria that's derived from the cell walls of gram-negative bacteria called lipopolysaccharides. And this type of product, bacterial product, is found in farm populations, primarily where the animals are. And they've done studies now that show that children exposed to these bacterial products are many times less likely to develop hay fever, asthma, and sensitivity to allergies. In short, simply, it's exposing you to more varieties of bacteria, in particular this one, at an early age, allows your immune system to distinguish better between your own cells and those of an intruder, like an allergen or a virus. If you can identify these viruses earlier, your immune system can attack them better and earlier and stop their propagation throughout your system. So I propose replacing the bacteria that they're currently using in the Biomason bricks with these endotoxins, these lipopolysaccharide bacteria that produce these lipopolysaccharides, making a baby room out of that, because you're in a baby room from about the time you're born until you're 5 years old, which is the ideal amount of time to be exposed to these bacteria for long-term effects, and using these bricks to construct the material of the room. So next the next building that I've designed is a cognitive remediation school to manage autistic children in the classroom and to remediate their symptoms through the functionality and materials used. So the first classroom on the lower level, in the next slide, or the first symptom that I'm addressing in autistic children is a lack of eye contact. So autistic children have an aversion to, not a disability, but an aversion to eye contact in social situations. The next symptom is unresponsiveness to verbal cues or facial information. So autistic children tend not to look at people when they're talking. They tend to face away. autism is a spectrum, so obviously not all autistic children display these symptoms, but in particular I can affect this through the built environment. The next symptom is overstimulation, the resting heart rate of an autistic child in response to the same stimulus that a typically developing child experiences can be up to twice as much with no indication on the face or in the body. So you can have twice as high a heart rate in response to like air conditioning or touching. The next symptom is unresponsiveness to traditional teaching methods. So I've created a classroom, in the next slide, that turns the teacher into an interface through which information is both disseminated and given to. Teachers stand in these glass rooms in front of a camera, and parts of their body and parts of their face are magnified and displayed on these screens to which autistic children follow and get the information from. So by decontextualizing this facial and body information and putting it onto a screen, my hypothesis is that this makes it less threatening to autistic children, it decontextualizes it, and hopefully the effect will be that they are desensitized to these visual stimuli when they're in a social situation. And hopefully this will allow them to get more information from what the teacher is saying. Additionally, point source speakers are scattered throughout the space, each of which can be modified and modulated based on what you want to train in each child, the individual needs of each child in relation to the space in which they're in the room. So if you want to train visual processing more than auditory processing, you lower the speakers so that you have to listen harder to the speakers while following along with the face. The auditory percept is not complete. If you want to train auditory processing over visual, you make the speakers louder in their point source, so you can make it in a particular area in the room, and you dim down the screen. If you want to train sensory integration, you make both at an equal level, or you make them asynchronous, and that will train both auditory and visual integration in terms of information processing. The children will have laptops into which they will input answers to the teacher's questions, and the teacher will receive real-time feedback for how well each child is internalizing the information based on the spatial location in the room, and you can move children around based on their individual needs and how they best process information. The next room that I've designed is the upper level to this school. It's an partial anechoic classroom. So anechoic chambers are typically used to test the sound of jet engines, sound equipment to make sure that they're not too loud for humans to hear. The geometric configuration of these foam wedges in a space, when done correctly and effectively, can make the interior decibel level -9, which anecdotally is soft enough for you to be able to hear your own blood coursing through your veins. And sound can also travel up to 1 foot in these spaces in complete anechoic chambers. Making a partial anechoic chamber so that the students can hear what the teacher is saying will drown out the sound coming from other students in the room, as well as air conditioning, as well as sound coming from the outside, addressing the symptom of overstimulation in autistic children in response to environmental stimuli. So it will calm them down, it will allow them to have a safer and more relaxing environment in which to learn. And finally, in conclusion, this way of thinking tends to get a lot of attraction because it's novel, because I'm the only one doing it, it's new, it's innovative. That's not my concern. My concern is its efficacy and its usage. Innovation is generally seen as a fad in today's technological economy when things are presented to you at such a fast rate and technologies change so quickly. The new technologies that come out, the innovations that occur, are typically seen as short-term products or fads that will propagate through culture and will eventually disappear. My wish is that this is going to be seen as medicine rather than a piece of innovation, and it will spur lifestyle changes and be able to remediate a lot of the degenerative diseases that affect today's world.
Sweet. Yeah, so we got to talk about essentially externalizing medicine. So rather than taking a pill, you would just build better buildings, and then maybe we'll just be good people then. Maybe one day I can be a good person. So Jin Shaw is up next. How did we meet her?
We met her online on this thing called the internet. Now, Jen has an amazing story because she flew here all the way from Brooklyn, but she is from the Midwest. And I'm not going to step on your presentation, but we're super excited to have her out here, both for the questions she's going to be asking, but as you can see up here, what she's doing, her startup with Bella Minds, is, among other things, is on a mission to help mid-career women find a job or get into computer sciences. And not just to do that, but to find it right here in the Midwest. I'm going to let her get into it, but it's a tremendous program, a tremendous person, and we're so pumped that we had the internet so we could find her.
Yeah, cool.
Hi, that was really nice. That's a lot to live up to. Hi, I'm Jen Shaw, and I like to solve really big problems. I think I'm in a room of the right place. Right? What if we brought New York City tech resources to rural America? What would that look like? My name is Jen Shaw. I do come from Nebraska. Go Huskers. I tried. You can switch. But I moved to New York City a few years ago and have had an incredible ride with the technology and the resources that we have available. Can we switch? This slide? Oh, working on it? Next slide, it's okay. Anyway, so I started Bella Minds. I'm here as founder for Bella Minds, where we stand on 5 very specific values, which hopefully would help. There you go. So we believe that technology is both a destination and a path. We believe that technology works pretty much everywhere now. We believe that geography shouldn't be a limiting factor. So I'm kind of here with these very small what-if questions. They're pretty big, actually. What if geography wasn't a limiting factor? What if we actually had more single-gender environments? What if age was actually no longer considered a limitation? And what if we actually could scale live learning environments? So we've all heard probably, has anybody in the room heard of digital divide? We have this problem? Yeah. So we do. We have on this one end, we have very digitally illiterate people. And on one end, we have some really good masters. I don't think I need that. We have true technical masteries. So what happens is that we're drawing this end to end. We have about 15% on one end, we have about 15% on the other end, and we have this massive span in the middle somewhere. Kind of that silent majority, as we put it. So Bella Minds is actually here to be able to bridge that gap. We actually take and we bridge technical masters with those that are new. Because there's so much more to this technical readiness than just teaching people to code. Next. So a couple years ago, I started here in New York City with New York Tech Women. It's an organization that is completely about inclusive Midwest values in an environment that just isn't so friendly. It's not necessarily friendly by men or women, and it's really difficult to participate if you've never participated in this before. The concept of computer science is scary. How do I break in? How do I make people? Where are the right resources? What do I do? And so New York Tech Women was actually created as an all-inclusive environment, except for we are women only, which created a completely new culture, a completely new vibe, and a completely new conversation around women and technology. So right now, what if technology was both a path and a destination? We have almost 4 million workers currently in the US working in computer science jobs. That's almost half of all STEM positions. And women make up about a quarter of that. While they make up 50% of the workforce, they actually only make up about a quarter of all of the computer science jobs. So that's interesting. And this is when we start to have a lot of conversations about women and technology. And a couple years ago when we started New York Tech Women, we were having the conversation about this much, and now we have the conversation about this much. It's in my day-to-day, it's really ridiculous. And we hear, we need more women in tech, we need more women in tech. But what this actually says is that we don't actually need more women in technology. One of the downsides about New York Tech Women, as amazing as an experience as it is that I get a lot of these emails and conversations, people approaching me and say, hey, Jen, I'd really like to hire a woman to fill my blah, blah, blah tech position. So in case you hadn't heard this before in the room, tokenism is also sexism. It's also a problem. We don't need more women in technology. We need more people in technology. And I'll be really, really happy when there are more of them women. In the US alone, we're estimated to be missing about 250,000 technically skilled workers in the next 4 years. 4 years, that's really soon. But luckily, we're bringing about 17% of all of our workers here from foreign countries. Just out of curiosity, do I have any foreign-born workers in the audience? Thank you for being here. Because you bring amazing diversity, right? It's eye-opening, it's a different culture, and we're really grateful. When we talk about diversity, we want to make sure that we're not just talking about diversity in terms of gender. There's a whole lot that goes into that. So thank you. But the standstill goes that we're importing our STEM talent, when in fact, 15% of this country in America is actually not online. 1 in 7 people does not use any version of technology. And so while I'm really, really happy that we have and we're creating a diverse culture, we have a complete set in our own country where we're not even participating. So when it goes back to our questions about how we don't have enough people in technology, I think we might have found some. But how do we get them in? So we created New York Tech Women, this really inclusive environment. So one of the questions I have is, what do we have to do to make sure that, yes, going back to the question, how do we get more women in technology? And I truly believe that single gender environment is one of the key factors. It creates a completely different conversation than what we have in mixed cultures. In fact, it's proven that young girls that compete or learn in an all-gender environment actually have a much higher level of success. They ask deeper questions, they have much more willingness to participate, and overall their experience is just much better. And that's great that we can solve the problem with getting women together so that they can ask those questions and they can succeed better. But there's more problems to this. The more work that we do with New York Tech Women and the deeper those conversations get, we start to realize that sexism is just one of the problems that we're having. So this is actually where we start to learn that ageism in technology is also a real problem. The only other industry with a median age less than 30 are shoe stores and restaurants. There's no other industry in America right now that has a lower average age. And I'm really lucky. These are just a sampling, literally a sampling of organizations that are working with girls. They're working with young women in, a lot of times, single gender environments, Technovation, Girls Who Code, Black Who Code, you name it. There's tons of them. And they're bringing them together and they're teaching them how to code, how to problem solve, how to work together. But the problem is that those are organizations for young girls. When we talk about how we have a problem from 4 years from now, these guys are probably 8 to 12 years out. So, what's an adult woman, specifically in rural America? She probably has a family. She probably has responsibilities. How is she supposed to participate? She's probably had a job. Who knows what her situation might be? And we actually claim that say, well, you can learn anything, anywhere, any way that you want. The resources are there, go online. But let's think about this. Let's teach technology using technology. I don't know, I get a little confused at that. I'm just not quite sure that online works. In fact, most of us are not convinced. About 7% of all online classes are completed. Just out of curiosity, my favorite question to the room, who has taken an online class? This is probably a bad sample. Who has actually completed that online class? Leave your hands up. All right, I'm pretty impressed. It's a bad sample. The point being, and the question can continue, and so who took even more once you did one? Yeah. right? 7% of all online classes get completed. This percentage is lower for women and it's lower for adults. So we've got this figured out, no problem. We're going to just create a bunch of hack schools. There's now hundreds of them all over the place. Well, maybe not all over the place. New York, San Francisco, maybe they're in Austin. There's one in Omaha. There's two in Omaha now. There are a few places, Chicago. We're just going to build hack schools. We even have one that is specifically an all-women environment. Hack Academy, I think. They're in San Francisco, though. So we've got this nailed, right? We're going to teach women. We're going to make this available. It's live, so you can really learn. There's no use technology to teach technology. It works. Oh, except for I now have to go to San Francisco. So if I am a mid-career rural woman, I am giving up family obligations. I'm giving up travel. I'm probably giving up 12 weeks of my life, possibly up to 12 grand. Wait, I'm just not quite sure that I can give up a job. We're all aware of the economic differences that are happening in rural America or mid-America. Affording that is just sort of ridiculous, quite frankly. In fact, this is sort of one of my favorite things. This is on the front of my notebook. The technology index, when we actually see the places that have this and where those schools exist in bright purple areas. And I don't know about you, but I can't point to it, but I'm in that little part of Nebraska that has no purple, right? So what are we supposed to do? How do we actually take those resources from one end to the other? Some really, really big what-if questions, right? So we have one answer, community. At Bella Minds, we believe that if you add community, the rest of this, and you add community to the top of it, maybe, it all starts to come together. When you add community to teaching technology, you now have pair programming. Awesome. Everybody's learning. When you add community to rural environments, isn't that sort of the true definition? I know that I say, I'm from a community of about 8,000 people. That's the definition of the towns that we live in. What happens if you take a community with small resources, small locations, small numbers of people, and you bridge that with people that have more and other communities? When you add community to an all-women environment, I don't know about you guys, but if you've ever tried to stop a mob of women who are on a mission, you probably failed, right? You put a group of women together who are destined, they're ambition, they're curious, and they're going to make this happen, and you create that energy and that vibe between them, and they will not be stopped, I promise you. When you add community to an aged workforce, you actually have a completely different mindset on what they're capable of doing and how they can go about doing that. When you add community to live learning, wait, that's actually live learning. That's what it is. When we're all here, actively curious, asking what if, doing questions, this is live learning at its best. Everybody's learning from one another. If I were to take a video and try to learn how to code or even try to do anything else, that instructor learns nothing from me. I learn very little from that instructor. There's no 5 senses. It's 1 or 2, maybe at best. And that's if I was actually listening. When you add community to all of these elements and bridge them together, you actually have rural resources that are the same as what's in the city. So I guess you can go back. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, now's the part of the conference where you become a part of it. We've had some great presenters, some questionnaires asking us questions and getting our minds thinking. They've done their part. Now it's time for us all to get involved. Andrew's going to start us, and then it's back to me.
Yeah. Okay, so the first thing is going to be getting into groups. So probably you're sitting with people that you already know, which is cool. But we like to meet the people that we don't know and learn from them, right? And so each table will need to find a partner table and come together. And if you have to move tables, chairs, it doesn't matter. We have the whole building, so you can do whatever. And we will do that after Matt explains, but I just want to forewarn you. There's also going to be another set of materials coming out partway through this thing. And so you should probably have some people coming up.
One thing we ask is when you smash these tables together, try to keep the groups under 10. When the groups get too large, sometimes voices can be lost. So the idea is to keep them 10 people or under. Heck, if you can get like a 5, 6, 7 person group, just as good. And again, what we're going to do is I've got my timer. I'll grab the mic and I'll stand up here and shout during the time to shift to the next thing. But the first thing, all you need to do is start putting everything, all of your thoughts, your reactions on paper, on the paper that you have on the tables right now. It's just a brain dump on it. After those 5 minutes, we're going to ask you to spend 10 minutes to discuss with each other what they've been putting on there, what they've been thinking, and the other ideas they have. After that, we're going to spend 5 minutes coming up with the action steps. The action steps will go on these giant Post-it notes that Andrew and I will be passing out as you're doing the first two.
And Sharpies are on the way. You should always bring a pen, but Sharpies are here. Yeah, I also want to say any presenters in the next session, meet me in this middle box because we need to chat, especially Dr. Kitesh Kadi, if he is here.
Okay, so let's get smashed up, and I'll announce the 5 minutes as soon as I see the groups together. About all the plates, yeah.
Did you happen to have the charging dock thing you talked about yesterday?
Andrew will.
Okay. I don't want to, if you guys are
that's
busy.
fine. We'll get one. I'll figure out where it is. Yeah, good. Okay, it looks like we're pretty good into groups, so I'm going to start the time right now, and in 5 minutes you'll hear back from me. Brainstorm, and please, everything in your mind, whatever form you want to communicate it, let's get it on these pieces of paper.
No, he just cool. Yeah, actually, there's
But I'll just not talk to you. I'm going to be down facilitating Oprah style. Excuse me. You got a group. Good. You guys going for a record of the smallest group here?
We do have a couple of people.
This is where the cool kids are hanging. Any thoughts? The thing that the first reaction, it could be profound or just silly. Whatever thoughts pop in your head, they're images. Anything that you can how you process or digest what you just heard. what's going to happen, how's it going to work out. Outside, if you're watching, we're going to show Andrew a little bit of, he needs a little bit more mic time, some little mic skills, and other than that, I think it's been really good. I'll pass it on. Yeah, it is kind of hard to hear.
That I switched into class.
No, whatever you're most comfortable.
I want to put my heels on this thing, but I'm like dying now.
Tracks and stuff here and little mini stuff.
The steps are gonna kill me. Like I'm gonna break my nose.
Believe it or not, that's been 5 minutes. So we're going to have to roll on to the next step. Now, don't worry, because I think some of you have already kind of started doing the step 2, which is talking about what you heard. So for the next 10 minutes, of ages, of backgrounds, of professions, of what you have some This is just kind of wonky. Yeah, they're trying to fix it. All right, good. Give a suggestion to you with having the microphone to keep it close to your mouth, because apparently it's going in and out. Because you're doing most of the talking around this year. But other than that, how's it feel? Thank you, right? Yeah, how do we let you in the door? I thought that was like a...
Yeah, right?
What do you think, Matt?
This is a question.
All right, so I was saying that I'm curious what the gender gap difference is in large cities versus small cities. So if there's a more balanced atmosphere in maybe larger cities or smaller cities, it may
Regardless of
be
industry.
No,
Or
technology.
technology. No, that's all right. Interesting. I would think there would be.
My assumption is that it would be more balanced in the larger cities.
Well, then I guess you go back, and then what is it that leads to that balance? Is it just pure size of the population, or is there something else that's happening in these cities, and whatever that is, can you then replicate that in a small, like what is it? Like, let's say, San Francisco, for example. Let's say there's closer to equal balance. Well, what does San Francisco, other than earthquakes and beaches, right, and sequoias, anyway, what does it have that maybe we don't have, say, here in Columbia?
My thought is resources or encouragement.
Be more specific, like resources like
Educational opportunities.
Education.
Innovation.
Or even the community.
Community support, like, all right, good. What do you mean by community support or encouragement?
Inclusive environment.
find resources for the 21st century. And I like this idea of encouragement. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, is the Silicon Valley there because there's more tech resources there, or are there more tech resources there because of resources that were there before? And so, you know,
Yeah. And how do we push that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you so much for making it. No problem. Cool. Nice to meet you finally. Oh, very cool. I'm sorry. Hey, very nice. So do you know Matt Lutchman and everybody? Awesome. Awesome. So you guys have did some amazing things at Battle. So very cool. We're gonna have a short presentation from.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, yeah. Very cool.
If you don't start until 16 or 18, then that, but if you bring this up and bring that up, you're going to get more of a standard median quality of life over time. So let's start earlier too.
Well, because everyone learns differently. Having us touch my high school thing, like my high school I had 39 sixth graders, so everyone's doing the same thing. It's not, you don't have opportunities to branch out. But like, what if that only like did like special education or the autistic or different learning types, but all of like everyone.
Did you see where Andrew went? He was around here. He was around here, yeah. He's sneaky like that. He can get away from.
We don't do anything nice.
What percentage of the audience come from outside?
I would say it's probably 50%.
Oh, that's a stellar success.
Yeah, I would say definitely. I bet it's probably over 50%. Wow. We have a lot of international. A lot of these are my students and international students from all over the country.
Yeah,
all the world.
we'll do something similar.
Yeah.
I was not able to show a couple of other experiments because of proprietary restrictions, but we'll get through that.
We're excited. We're excited.
Then we'll bring something very unique.
Yeah, this is the first.
Yeah.
This is the first step, and hopefully a very long relationship working
Yeah.
with you to get this.
I'm going to have one or two volunteers.
Okay.
All I will tell them to add some tea powder.
Sure.
To water. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna need to work together. Post-it notes. We gotta get out in a minute. Can you help us with post-it notes, or are you gonna be torn apart?
Justin or Andrew, and then I will get post notes for you.
All right, don't worry. I think we got some interns on, so
Oh, you're actually.
I can help.
Yeah, they're right there.
Okay, if you can continue your conversations, but we are going to start passing out the Post-it notes, and as we pass out the Post-it notes, we're going to give you another 5 minutes to start coming up with sequential action steps. How you do this, it's really up to you. If you're starting to make connections and start to bring some of these questions together, and you just want to come up with one set of steps that speaks to or brings them all together, that's fine. If you want to focus on one or try all of them to come up with steps, that's perfectly fine as well. But what we're looking for is anywhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 steps that are sequential. So after you do one, there's another one that you do immediately after. And then when you're done, we're going to collect all of these and we're going to hang them up on the boards over here so that we can continue looking at them and discussing them as the day goes on. So we'll give you about 5 minutes to do that, and then we'll move on to the next step. Do you need help with any of them, or you got it?
I think we got it.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. We got one for everybody?
I think we do.
Awesome. How's this group doing?
All right.
No, you don't have to present. This is for you. We're going to hang them up there, and this is some of the data we're going to collect. So.
And the group should collectively or each individually
what we would like
come across actions?
What we would like is that this group comes up with a set of steps collectively. So you can discuss amongst yourself like the best way.
Okay. So we pick one of them, one of our what if statements, let's just say, and then we devise some actions.
Yep. And you can do that for each one of the questions, or if you can see a way some of them connect and just want to make some general action steps on them, that's fine.
Okay.
It's wherever. Yeah. We want to know that there's something to do after all of this
What if
discussion.
you just went back to work and stopped talking, sir?
Oh wow, we have
What kind of fun would that be?
we have a rumble. We have a group rumble. Our first.
So are we on time?
I think we're
within
close to
within
being.
Within your mesh zone that is
Not
scriptable
quite
zone?
sure.
I guess we'll find out.
I think we may be.
Andrew did say you're using the breakout periods as those periods if you need to.
We shortened these breakout periods because we got about a 20-minute late start, 15, 20 minutes. So we shortened all of these by about 10 minutes. So that should give us.
Why are we doing a different setup?
You'll see. Nanoparticles or nanobots are going to be made on stage.
On the stage? Is that the Dr.
Caddy?
Whatever his name
Yeah.
is?
No, who's his
No
name?
one's expecting it?
He's kind of a late entry, so I think he was on the board and everything, but.
Is he here?
Yep. He's got a crazy schedule. He's all around. He was out of town yesterday. He's got to fly out today, but we're all.
Wow. Cool.
Let me do it.
Nice having you.
Let me ask a quick question, Andrew.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Okay.
You don't want me to ask you any questions?
What do you want?
Do
He said he's just gonna hold the mic, but we got another mic stand up there that angles and fits that pretty well. Cool. Need that.
Because then we'll switch it over to
do we want a group to share action steps or not?
Yes, that would give us a little more time.
Yeah. So we can ask if anyone wants to share. I'll go down with the mic. Let them go through them. So 2 or 3.
You know that's on, right?
Share their action steps. as I do that, can you two start going around and collecting all of the other Post-it notes from the other groups?
The big ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The ones that's sticky, and then we're just going to stick them over here. Just fill up this one first. So then I don't have to like say, interns, get up and do this. You already know that. The two that get on the stage, good. Okay, thank you.
In your introduction, you may as well say that I got attracted to your event
Okay.
because you said that you're interested in breaking traditional, philosophy of
Yeah.
classrooms. So
Okay.
that's the reason why I.
Can you tell them that? It means more if you say it instead of me. I would be so grateful if you tell them that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're so excited about this.
What if the United
Okay, believe it or not, that's 5 minutes. So time flies when you're changing the world, right? So this gives you a little idea going into the next breakout sessions, the format, so we can save a little end of on our side of explaining and reminding you how to go through it. So the next time we have a breakout session, you'll know what to do, and we can get right into them. And maybe if you're lucky, we might be able to throw you an extra minute or two here or there, okay? And this is tough because I am so excited to hear this next question. I'll just leave it at that. But before we get there, there's something else we need to do. I was wondering if we have two volunteers, two groups would like to volunteer to come up on the stage of the Blue Note and share their action steps with the rest of the crowd. If we can get two groups, that would be tremendous. Awesome. And over here, don't worry, the rest of you will have a chance. We're going to repeat this step several more times throughout the day. So the first here's I heard were here and then there. So come on up. There's more than one way to get on stage. Okay, I will turn the mic over and...
All right. Good morning. We are not diverse at all because we're all college students, right? No, we are so diverse. We're from everywhere. We're from 2 different universities, and we want to change the education system to find what we love. And I want you to talk about passion with this.
Hi everyone. I'm Shahid Shrestha. I'm from Nepal. So we're talking about finding. Finding passion. So how do we find passion? We just I take a class and I feel I like this. So we think that's our passion, but passion is a big word. It's really hard. It takes time. I think. It's confusing. It's really confusing. I think it takes time to find your real passion, which creates meaning in your life, and something like that.
But I guess what we talked about was an education system where you get to pick what you want. It's like buffet style. You take the classes you want, not just the ones that are told for your major. Like, if you want to do these crazy engineering classes and crazy art classes, you do that. You can, you find what you like and not just follow what this ranking system of, here's your GPA for that test you crammed for, but you're going to forget that. how helpful is that in your long-term career? But, anyone else?
And this kind of goes with finding what makes you happy, and then also you're finding a community of people that share your passion, just like the last speaker talked about the importance of community. And then also this could be applied. Another action step could be building buildings that would help that would promote those ideas. And like that building design we saw for autistic students had a lot of great ideas. You could implement very similar stuff. Would be awesome for any kind of learner to specify how people learn best.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And do we have one more before the next presenter? And if you're still working on your action steps, that's fine. We'll make sure we collect them later. Or if you're like, we're still working, but we need just a little more time. When you're done, if you can hang them up on one of the walls, your own, that would be great.
Okay, so what we were talking about is an action plan for creating a quality of life, just for everyone. So we talked about, what inspired us was the environmental medicine at first, but we were talking about not just in creating an environment, but also thinking about medicine in different ways, like making non-medicine things medicine, like yoga, like food, like sleep, like all of the things that we do that prevent us from aging, and the things that keep us from being unhappy, like changing the ideas that people have about medicine so that those things are focused on rather than fixing things when there's something wrong with you. So then we also talked about giving people a map for happiness, and I'm going to let you say that part.
So the bottom line, if you look at that, I geeked out on the math, but if you can see that chart there, it's quality of life over time, and what we're looking at doing is increasing that integral into that curve so that you have a more steady median over time. Take the urban youth who don't have an outlook on life because they don't know that they have opportunities, and give them a roadmap for happiness. So over time, when you look at everybody, we can increase the overall area under that curve.
Right, okay, so we were also talking about the connection with Alex's talk and also some of the other speakers, how they were talking with how trans cybernetics is moving in the direction of our bodies being not relevant, or so that's the thought in that whole Ray Kurzweil kind of attitude. So we were talking about with this how people's driven own personalities, own progressions can also be limited just on their non-connection to the opportunities they have around them. Someone will not progress as far as they really could, not being around the opportunities or being connected with the right people. So that's another thing we were talking about. Do you want to mention that?
Sure. I mentioned the idea of personalizing a plan because each one of us is different, and we may have different dietary needs or allergies and things that affect our quality of life. So in the long run, I think it's important to early on detect these things, and so you can maximize your potential in many aspects on a very technical, even chemical level.
Yeah, so you said the food triangle, or those, like instead of giving a one size fits all form of that, just for each individual, what are your specific needs, and start that from a child, from when you're a kid, so that as you're growing up, you're putting things in your body and doing things for your own body that allow you to have a better quality of life.
Hey, thanks again for all the groups that came up on stage. It's not always easy, but it's very exhilarating. One of the things before we introduce our next speaker is, we are so thankful and so fortunate to have the Blue Note. This is a tremendously exciting venue, a very historic venue, and it's very intentional. One of the things that we do with What If is it's very important to us that we use this act of curiosity, but coming from Westminster College, coming from a liberal arts background, what else is pumping this heart of What If is this idea of lifelong learning. And it's very easy to have a conference like this, or to talk about education, or to talk about deep thinking when you're in a lecture hall or you're in a classroom or something else. But on some level, it really just reinforces the idea that that's where learning takes place. And then when you leave that, then you just do whatever you want. And we figured if we can have some deep, deep thoughts and really push the world forward in a rock and roll hall, what's the excuse now? Where can you not learn? Where can you not look at the world in a different way? Where can you not keep pushing these thoughts forward? So during the breakouts and during the free time or the lunch and everything else, I want to encourage you to explore this space. If you want to see what it's like to be on stage, hop on up here. There's a cool balcony. I told you about little bits in the 3D printing. I hope you guys get as much out of the venue as we have being here. So without any more delay, I think we're going to have our next speaker come up. This is so exciting. I think you guys heard about nanobots from the very first presentation. We're going to take that to a whole new level right now.
Yeah, so I'm here to introduce Dr. Kitesh Kadi. Oh, yeah. Hey, okay, so Dr. Kitesh Kadi is, oh wow, we just talked about this. He's the Curitis Professor of Radiology at MU, and I'm going to read just this selection out of his bio. In 2013, Dr. Kadi was elected as a Fellow of the American Association for the Advancements of Science with a citation for distinguished contributions encompassing any main, okay, so for distinguished contributions encompassing main group, transition metal, and nanoscale chemistry, particularly for groundbreaking discoveries enabling application of chemical concepts for biomedical applications. And today, he's going to do something really awesome on stage. So, without further ado, here's Dr. Kadi. And then your mic is that one. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I must say that I'm not used to these kinds of audience. I normally lecture to audience where they know a lot about one thing. But now we have audience who know a lot about many, many different things. So that puts me into a significant challenge. Let's try. Yeah, how did I get here? I was listening to the last event that Matt and his colleague conducted a couple of months ago. Then I got attracted with this tremendous concept that Matt is trying to advocate, breaking boundaries of traditional classroom. Teachers should no longer be on the podium giving lectures. Teachers should be where the students are, and so on and so forth. The kind of things that I'm trying to do in nanotechnology, in some way, embrace that concept. So before I start my tiny experiment here, I want to know how many of you have heard nanotechnology, the term nanotechnology. And how many of you know what is that size? We talk about tiny size in terms of the physical perspective. How does it sense like? How many of you know that? Well, very simple experiment. Why don't we all touch our hair without disturbing the hairstyle? And I want you to divide the width or the thickness of your hair by 100,000 times. So just imagine, calculate will not help here. So the size that you're thinking about, as tiny as 100,000 times smaller than the width of human hair, that's the size we are talking about. These are really tiny, tiny nanoparticles, very tiny objects. Almost everything what you see around can be broken down to that size. Some of them are more useful than others. So when we talk about nanoparticles, some of you may have heard nanoparticles of gold, silver, and whatnot. So these nanoparticles have suddenly become ubiquitous to human life because, as you're seeing on the first slide, nanoparticles are there, or if they are not there, they will be there in modern medicine, in telecommunications, in the automotive industry, and in the kind of clothing that you're going to wear. So, like it or not, nanoparticles would be embedded in our lives. Therefore, it is imperative that we create this not a virtual classroom. I would like to create a societal classroom, a classroom where kitchen might serve as a laboratory, a classroom where mom and dad and the kids will be the students, as well as the teachers. Sounds like a fairy tale. So let's see whether we can achieve this very interesting and a very simple objective. When you talk about nanoparticles, nanotechnology, we want to keep it simple. We want to make it simple in ways that you don't need complicated instructions to turn the light bulb on. Although Thomas Edison, when he discovered, it was a marvelous technology. It was a very complicated technology to get to where he was at that point of time. But now, we don't follow instructions to turn the light on. So can we handle nano-revolution? Can we become participants of nano-revolution in ways everything might become seamless? For that to happen, we need to know a little bit about nanoparticles, because nanoparticles are the units, are the languages that we need to be talking about when we talk about nanotechnology. So I want 4 volunteers. Very quickly, before I continue, I want to perform a very simple experiment. I want 4 volunteers to add tea powder to water. Very simple experiment. So we are starting from kitchen. So just volunteer, 4 people, quickly. So okay. So there are 4 flasks here, and here's the tea. I got that from our kitchen this morning. Why don't you take a small amount? I will show how much. Just hold this one. Just add a little bit. And leave it at that. Okay, go ahead. So, yeah, any of that. So, what we are doing here, I have taken water and added this yellow-looking solution. This is the gold salt, okay? You can call it as liquid gold. If you convert your golden ring that you're wearing into its salt, it becomes water-soluble. So this is a gold precursor. We're trying to prepare nanoparticles in kitchen by adding tea powder to gold salt. It's not a complicated science. You can go and sit down. Thank you. Yeah. It's not a complicated science. The indication that we are producing nanoparticles, you will see in a couple of minutes. The solution will turn burgundy red or wine red. That's the indication that we are producing nanoparticles. So there are quite a few interesting things. Can we go to the next slide now? Oh, I have the slide changer here. So what is the big deal? It's a big deal because nanoparticles will find ways into medicine. It's almost like a GPS system. We are talking about injecting nanoparticles in human beings to detect these deadly diseases, lung cancer, prostatic cancer, pancreatic cancer in early stages, because they are so tiny. They are significantly tinier than human cells. So what does that tell you? We can target individual cells if we have these nanoparticles. So that technological luxury we didn't have before the nano-revolution. Likewise, once detected, we can treat individuals. Maybe I'm holding in the opposite way. We can treat individuals with the different types of cancer. Yeah, I'm just showing the GPS approach. You can see nanoparticles going to different organs. And now we are talking about production. The idea here is to create a societal classroom. In the past, what's been happening, space science, internet science, these are all highly sophisticated science, genomic science. It has distanced, those technologies have distanced away from the public, from the society. Scientists, non-scientists, everybody has to be part of the nano-revolution. How do we make that happen? We need to bring out that connection between kitchen and the high tech. So can we create nanoparticles using soybeans? Yes. we can create nanoparticles using soybeans. I'm going to show you. We created nanoparticles. It takes about 2 hours. That's why I did that experiment this morning. I mixed gold salt with soybeans and created nanoparticles. Can we create nanoparticles using cinnamon? Yes. It's all there in the kitchen. You're not talking about toxic chemicals. You're not talking about some toxic gases coming out. You can see already the color change is happening if the camera. I think we can have just the plain light if possible, because we don't want, just the white light if it is there. We can create nanoparticles using cinnamon, I was telling. So what's going on here? What's happening, you'd be surprised. Cinnamon, soybean, or tea, they all have very useful chemicals that the human body likes. They have antioxidants. Antioxidants are chemicals that are rich in electrons. You need electrons to convert metal salts into nanoparticles. It's a very simple concept. All of us know antioxidants. You don't need to be a scientist for that. It's good for the body. They go and scavenge those bad free radicals from the body. So we are trying to use what has existed in human chain or in human food chain for over 5,000 years. We're trying to use that, connect that to high tech, to create nanoparticles, and nanoparticles will make their way into varieties of different products we use. Cell phones, automotive industry, telecommunication industry, medicine. So again, look at the connectivity here. We have not created a panacea for cancer yet, but gold nanoparticles are already showing tremendous promise for treating cancers. What is the origin? They might start from the kitchen by simple chemicals that are there in our human food chain. By mixing them with gold salt, we are able to create gold nanoparticles. I don't know how many of you are able to see the colorless solution is turning purple. Its a reflection is very clear here. If Matt gives me a couple of more minutes, you will see real purple coloration. In the meantime, let's see what we have on the next slide. Basically, this has surprised everybody. News anchors came to our lab and performed experiments. As you can see there, by mixing cinnamon sticks with gold salt, almost instantly we are able to produce that purple coloration indicating the formation of gold nanoparticles. And this is the concept that I would like to advocate in the future. High technology should not be just limited to those sophisticated labs. We have to embed, we have to involve society right from the word go, right from its stages of infancy. And that can happen if we go back to basic simple principles of using chemicals that we're used to, or the food ingredients that we're used to, and creating those nanoparticles. And what is the meaning, after all? Those nanoparticles will end up in high-tech products. So that's why it's a powerful concept that Matt is advocating, breaking the traditional concept of a classroom, create a classroom through society. Teachers and students sit on the same side of the aisle. And that's where I think nanotechnology is going to make a huge difference, because nanotechnology does involve everybody. It involves chemists, scientists, non-scientists, physicists, everybody. So that's the reason we created that slide where the family is part of the high-tech. High school students can perform these experiments. And the power of this type of a classroom is the origination of ideas. So far, about 10-15% of the world population are scientists, okay? About maybe 10 or 12%. What if people with limited or no background in science begin to think about revolutionary ideas to come up with treatment for deadly diseases? What if people with limited background in engineering or science start thinking about ideas about telecommunication? What if society starts thinking about alternative forms of energy with minimal or no pollution? Then we are talking about a technological marvel we have never seen before. And that's the power, again, of green nanotechnology, and that's the power of this new concept of societal classroom or the universal classroom. So this is all under the umbrella of what if. So we have lots of questions to answer here. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're going to move some things around because someone had a problem with the schedule. Apparently, I put everything at a very exact time. So at 10:57, Samantha Albrecht will come up, which I think is now. So if Samantha, oh, okay, cool, come on up. Okay, so as a kid, Samantha got really good at asking supremely annoying questions, like why do we use forks, which her parents mostly entertained. She turned this into curiosity in an anthropology degree from Westminster, along with a sociology and Spanish. Samantha likes to travel and has lived in 3 foreign countries for extended periods of time, giving her the opportunity to feel like an outsider to examine American culture in all of its weirdness. Her other interests include Dollar Pint Night at McNally's, which we would also like to give thanks to, from the What If Conference. Matt and I frequent. Yoga, watching movies, and smashing the patriarchy. And with that, I'm going to move this table and get going. So, one second.
Thanks. So, as a kid, I asked a lot of weird questions. What if men had periods wasn't one of them, but I did ask myself, why did I have a period? Why did it feel so secretive and shameful, this thing that was happening to me every month? I knew that my brothers didn't have periods. I also knew that my brothers never had to clean the kitchen and got to stay out later on their bikes than I did. But as it turns out, there would be lots of things that my brothers and I experienced differently throughout our lives. It wasn't until college that I learned about sex roles. Sex roles are basically the definitions that society come up with about what is acceptable for men and women to do, be, and the occupations they can have. And it turns out that Childhood Sam was onto something. Because when it comes to sex roles, periods are important. You can't have babies without periods. And because women were the ones having the periods and the babies, men were the ones getting sent out to do things like hunting and conquering. Largely due to the risks involved, it was more practical to expose men to these dangers than women. Now, not to generalize thousands of years of human history, but in general, men became the hunters, women became the plant gatherers. So there's been studies that bear this same hypothesis out. There's a book written by an anthropologist named Peggy Reeves Sanday. She wrote a book that did a meta-analysis of about 150 different cultures from across the world. And what she found was this. When hunting is important, men have more power. The divisions of labor between the sexes are greater. When gathering plants is more important to the society's survival, women are more included and more valued. There's also more male involvement in childbearing, and this is largely due to the physical presence that they gain by not having to be gone as often. So we have women more included in societies with plant gathering, men doing the hunting, and I've lost my train of thought. I'm going to be right back. I thought I could do this without any sort of prompt, so I apologize. We'll just set this up right here. So, basically, the evidence that I've just given you provides support for my assertion that I'm going to make, which is that our roles in our society are created by our environment, not ingrained in our genes based on sex. So our culture has evolved around these divisions of labor. And in a lot of ways, we still operate based on them. I mean, we socialize our children based on these ancient divisions of labor from day one. We give them different toys and push them towards different careers. But then we turn around and say, well, women and men, they're just different. There's no changing it. Well, that's not true. I mean, there's no biological reason why a boy can't be a good babysitter or a man a stay-at-home dad, if that's what interests him. And the mere fact that there's interest should dispel this notion that our interests are ingrained based on sex. But we're still funneling our children towards stereotypical male and female roles, as if it were as important as it was 10,000 years ago. Now, there's been a lot of argument about nature versus nurture when it comes to sex roles. I'm sure you've all heard of the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. It's a pithy little statement, but it's one that I want to debunk, and I want to do that with a study based on math. Now, this is a stereotype we've all heard. Women are bad at math. And if you look at college exam scores, then you'll find evidence to support that claim. There was a professor of social psychology who did just that. And he was able to reproduce this performance gap by giving standardized tests to women and matching them up with male counterparts with the same exact credentials. Now, women were scoring about 200 points on an SAT score lower than men, even though there should have been no difference. And so the professor, Claude Steele, wanted to know, what's the third factor here? What are we missing? And at this point, I want to let you hear from Professor Steele himself and to let you know what he found. So if you'll play the clip.
Maybe instead, say something like this.
Look, you may have heard that women don't do as well as men on difficult
Sorry,
standardized
could you pause it
math
and go back to
tests. You may have heard
1409?
that.
Because we missed a portion. This is a Radiolab episode. I don't know if anybody here listens to Radiolab, but I couldn't say it any better, so I just needed to play you guys a clip. Okay, we're good.
Right before the test, I had the test giver, instead of saying the normal, I'm going to give you a test, pre-test thing, maybe instead, say something like this.
Look, you may have heard that women don't do as well as men on difficult standardized math tests. You may have heard that. But that is not true for this particular test.
Oh.
This particular test does not show gender differences, never has, never will.
He wondered if maybe saying that simple sentence before giving the test would have an effect.
And sure enough, I wouldn't be here if their performance didn't go up to match that of the equally skilled men.
That performance gap totally vanished.
Look at
Totally
this.
vanished.
So we raced and did it very
You can
quickly,
stop
the
it.
same kind of an experiment.
So what Claude Steele sort of coined with this study was the idea of stereotype threat. He attributed this performance gap to the notion that the mere knowledge of a negative stereotype existing is enough to distract an individual, discourage them, and undermine them psychologically enough to where they'll actually be more likely to fulfill the negative stereotype. So basically, what I want to do is give you one more example. Has to do with competition. So we all know that men are naturally more competitive than women. I mean, it's a pretty well-known fact, and it's largely accepted. However, according to economist Yuri Ganezi, this cannot be pinned on nature. Yuri Ganezi did a study where he compared competitiveness rates in men and women in two different non-Western cultures. And he developed a game where they would throw a ball into a basket and get a cash prize based on their performance, whether or not they made it, how many they made. But they were also given the option of getting 3 times as much money if they went up against an unknown competitor. And they would only get the money if they did better than their opponent. So first he did this experiment with the Maasai tribe in Tanzania. This is one of the most patriarchal societies that we know of. Then he did it with the Khasi tribe in India, which is one of the only matrilineal societies that we know of that exists today. What he found was that in the patriarchal society, twice as many men chose the competitive option as did women. In the Khasi tribe, where women are the inheritors of property, they're used to being treated as equals, an even larger proportion of women chose the competitive option. And so we find that in the matrilineal society, women are even more competitive than men in the patriarchal society. So what I'm trying to do here is challenge the idea that nature is king, because Yuri Ganizi concluded that actually when it comes to competitiveness, nurture is king, or rather nurture is queen. But we have no way of knowing now what innovations, paradigm-shifting contributions have been lost and trapped in the minds of people whose ideas and abilities didn't match up with what the world expected from someone of their gender. But what we can do going forward is know that we're not up against our environment for survival anymore. We have the power to examine these patterns of behavior and get rid of the ones that no longer serve us. So going from here forward, what if we looked at skills instead of sex? What if we encouraged our children not based on what's between their legs, but between the interests and abilities that they actually have? What if we encourage everyone to do what they're good at, regardless of sex? Our society would be a lot better for it. Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Justin Cave and Michael Ashley Applegate doing a reading, but we are going to have to get set up real quick, which is why we have Justin on stage also setting up. So Justin Cave was born in Kansas City, where he resides to this day, sans a near-decade stint in Fulton, Missouri. Some of that has been enjoyable, some less enjoyable. In either instance, he's here to talk to you all about what he thinks, but he can't do it openly for fearing of being too gauche. So here's his roundabout way of getting to his point. Bear with us. Yeah, also, all of these are presenter submitted, so you can mock him.
So, I don't know if you watch Arrested Development, but that's what was going on there. Sometimes, oh, howdy, thank you. You find yourself asking what-if questions, and next time you come up for air, you've written 20,000 words, and you're pretty darn sure you're writing a book. And sometimes you also have friends who are way too good to you than you've ever been to them. So I'm here today, as is Michael Ashley Applegate, to give you a dramatic reading of an adapted dialogue from one of those times that I asked myself, what if a large number of people were randomly transported all over the world? And or what if you woke up elsewhere? Sorry, costume. Hello, how may I help you?
Hi, my name's Erin Russell, and I'm in some place called Volksgau, maybe Toshkent.
Where?
It's in something stand. It sounds like a cat throwing up, but is there more than one of those?
There are several countries in Central Asia that end in stan. Where did you come from, miss?
I'm from LA.
Is that short for something?
Los Angeles, United States of America.
I see what happened, miss. You wanted the RPO, that's the Reclamation of Persons Office. This is the RPD, the Restoration of Polity Department.
What?
Here in my department, we help those from other countries who found themselves in the U.S. since the displacement, helped them get settled and such. But you're the opposite sort of case. You want the RPO.
And so can't you just patch me through already, please?
Miss, the RPO is part of the extended legislative branch. We're part of the extended executive branch. I don't even have a phone number for them. Your best bet is to just call back and tell the operator the exact nature of your situation. Unless you're perfectly clear, this sort of thing can happen.
I was on the phone for 3 hours.
I'm sorry, miss, but my office isn't equipped for your sort of emergency.
Emergency? You aren't treating this like some sort of emergency. I went to sleep in my bed and woke up on what I presume is the other side of the world. I have no clue what's going on, and you tell me to call back. How about you just show the smallest sense of decency and illuminate my situation since you already know so much?
What would you like to know?
What the hell happened to me?
Well, we don't really know.
You're doing a very poor job here.
Here. Do not distress, citizen. You have returned from an excursion.
No, I did not. I did not return from some fucking excursion. I woke up in Asia. I went to sleep in America, and I woke up in central goddamn Asia. And I sure as hell am not going to
Excursion is the
stand
term
here.
we use, miss. Nevertheless, congratulations upon your return. The issue at hand is a difficult topic, so we'll ease into it. To the best of our top scientists' knowledge, on the morning of Tuesday...
No. Today. I woke up in a wheat field 3 hours ago.
Actually, miss, the event itself happened before. You just hadn't returned until today. You, along with a still unknown but significant number of people across the world, were teleported to various
Click.
Hello? 6 hours and 30 seconds later. Hello, how may I help you?
I'm back.
I'm sorry?
Aaron Russell, from this morning or whatever time it is there.
Oh, nice to hear from you again, Miss Russell.
Stop feeding me lines. You're really bad at it anyway.
Fair point. So why did you call back?
Well, it seems as though you're pretty much my only option here. The other guy on the line was an idiot. I was so helpless, I almost applied for Uzbek citizenship.
Oh, Uzbekistan. I was wondering where you were talking about her. Wait a second. Uzbek sounds like a cat vomiting to you?
Uzbek.
Okay, you have a point. Well, I can't really do much for you, Miss Russell. I'll do what I can to get the proper people in contact with you. They'll work to get you back to...
LA?
Exactly. Anything I can help you with in the meantime?
So, folks got displaced everywhere?
Pretty much. I mean, something about a global chain reaction. Don't know much about the details myself. I listened to a This American Life episode about it. It was called something like The Giant Pool of People or something. I couldn't follow it.
But you're saying this happened to everyone.
Well, not everyone, but a lot of people.
Do you happen to know if this happened to my parents, David and Diane Russell?
Let me see. They'll be in the database if it did, so I can check for you. Beep, boop, up, boop, beep, technology sounds. Yeah, it looks like both your parents have been displaced.
Oh my God, where to?
Oh, no, don't worry about it. They seem to be doing all right. Your mother seems to be enjoying the climatological paradise and economic apocalypse of Cyprus, while your father has taken up residence in American Samoa.
Why?
Well, I'll admit it doesn't quite say, but I can tell you that it is well and truly the furthest point from Cyprus on the planet.
And you just know that. How do you just know that off the top of your head?
I have a thing for antipodes.
Spain.
New Zealand.
Indonesia.
Venezuela.
India.
What part of India? It's kind of a big place.
I don't know, the capital?
New Delhi? You don't know the capital of India? You really must be from America.
Well, where are you from? I don't hear an accent.
Canada?
And do you like Canada?
Yeah, I'm on the good side.
Oh, this is a good side.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't know, I got a good group of friends. The area isn't bad. You like LA?
Yeah, of course. It's exciting there.
I guess we have different standards for calling a place home.
What part of Canada?
Oh, the good side, sorry. Where are we?
So if we have different standards for calling things home, that's pretty cheap. I mean, I have friends too, but they aren't what makes it home in LA.
Uh-huh. What makes them friends again?
We enjoy each other's company, we banter. I mean, it's fun. It gets me through the day.
Uh-huh, so they're your coworkers.
Well, yeah, but they're friends first.
Would they help you move?
I don't think that should be the standard here. And I've plenty of social action and entertainment and companionship.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I have a cat. And she's pretty cute.
What's your cat's name?
Why does that matter?
Well, if they have some information, the RPO might be able to get it back for you.
What are they going to do? Just round up all the cats and call Boots and see which one comes?
So your cat's name is Boots? That's kind of cute.
Its name isn't Boots. It doesn't have a name.
What?
I mean, why name it? It's not like they come when you call.
Is that why people name animals?
What are you trying to say?
What? Nothing. I was just curious.
You weren't just asking. You were trying to make me feel bad.
Do you feel bad?
Well, sure. You're trying to make me sound like something I'm not.
What did I make you sound like again? I'm not sure what I did there.
You made me sound like someone who I don't know, who didn't have anything there.
Did you?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I probably haven't known for a while now.
That sounds rough.
Thinking about it now, it felt rough. At least it did before. I mean, I can't really miss what I don't have. And admitting that feels pretty good right now.
Well, that's pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, good for you.
Why go back if I don't miss it?
I don't know.
And if I don't miss it here, then I don't have to miss it anywhere.
Miss?
I can go anywhere.
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah?
what's the antipode of Southern California?
The Indian Ocean.
I mean, what's the closest landmass?
Madagascar, I guess, but why does that matter? I don't know. Hello?
Click.
Hello?
Okay, thank you. So now we're at that point again where we're going to turn it back to you, the crowd, and we can see what the power of the crowd is, and we get to do the crowdsourcing our curiosity. You've heard from the questionnaires. It's our turn, your turn now to get back into the groups. We encourage you to mix it up. If you're tired of your group, you think that group looks interesting, you are by no means stuck where you are. You know the process now. I will be shouting out 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 5 minutes to move you along. If you need papers, pens, or anything else, just raise your hand, throw a shoe, and we will get those to you. So we're going to have the first 5 minutes. Do you need anything? Nope. To brainstorm, write, draw, whatever, your reactions, your thoughts to the questions you just heard. Yeah, give her a hug for me too. Good job. You're a team. I don't think I've had anybody on stage twice in 1 minute. So you're a part. You're what if first. That's right. Okay, that was very good. Oh, thank you. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for remembering this. Gotcha. Good. No, I know. I got my leg.
I have some lunch announcements for you. I'm going to write them on a post-it gift to you for when you're done. I did send Ben down to the incubator now because I can handle breakouts on my own. We're just handing out post-its again, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start getting.
Just going to kind of monitor.
Where are we on the schedule then?
Yeah, so we dropped, I'm sorry, we're moving these into the next session, and we're dropping mine and Matt's.
Oh, I got you. Okay, okay. Right on.
Get ready.
So I have it on my iPad, so I might just take that one because that would be a lot easier to hold in my hand. Because I was worried about paper, but with iPads it'd probably even easier than index. Sure.
I think Alex said he's on the phone.
Yeah, I saw her do the phone, and I picked her phone and like,
I think the iPad looks better.
well, and you're trying to read the screen, and you're like, hold on, what did I want to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm one of those that.
No, iPad's perfect.
Well, and I noticed you doing that too. So you're an iPad.
To read notes and stuff.
Oh.
I guess Sloan, and she said she's going to be after lunch now. Do you know like what time ish?
Oh, that's a good question.
1:40.
1:40. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh. Can you hang that up for you?
Yeah, that'd be
Thank
great.
you very much.
Thanks.
Excuse me. Sorry. How's it going?
Yeah, we're supposed to be discussing.
You're not yet. It's brainstorm.
We made an essay about dominant social paradigm and how we break it.
There you go. Well, how do we break it? So your action steps are gonna be awesome.
I
then.
tried it. Because Michael just said that she belonged to a dominant social paradigm of society imposing her something. And when she realized that she didn't belong anywhere, she just broke her dominant social paradigm. And how do we break it? I tie it back to the presentation of the homeschooling that the lady was talking about. That she was breaking a dominant social paradigm of teaching a different way to make people see perspective in a different way.
And
So
maybe the secret to breaking both paradigms, even though they're different paradigms, the approach could be the same.
they're different, but both of them are strategies on how you can break your own dominant social paradigm that the society puts to you when you think you belong somewhere, but you don't really belong somewhere.
Very cool. Very cool. I can't wait to see these actions. You're always one step ahead. Okay, if you haven't already, that's been 5 minutes. You need to branch out into the discussion part. Look at what your brainstorm produced and start adding and sharing your own perspectives on these questions. Now it's time, the 10 minutes for the discussions. But a lot of people, I think, have already morphed into the discussion part. Yeah. some good ideas here? I wish, one of the things I still wish, and maybe it's kind of a post-conference thing, is how we share some of this, because on breaking these societal paradigms of gender and stuff, and how he sees, like, he's merging it with what we're talking about education and gender roles.
If you take a step backwards about what if and where it goes, we talked a little bit about using technology, about how to continue the conversation.
Yeah, well, we still want to maybe the possibilities to help build it.
So that's web design, building, you know, kind of finding that blend between what I'll say is a form and kind of what Quora does to build the communities, to continue the conversations beyond this, so that the action items and that people can participate beyond can continue the discussion and continue to build action plans and action items. And then the idea is get people to sign into those.
And it's going to help. Two good bits of news that came last night. I just want to gently eavesdrop and see where you guys are. Well, I just want to make sure, you know, it's like, it's a professor. I mean, I got to make sure that you guys are, you know, that you're doing your work, right?
Make sure that we're doing our assignment.
We haven't quite yet. Yeah. You can do whatever you want to. That's all right. Should be showing up, so eventually you'll have some rock stars in the discussion. I don't know, I thought they'd be here already, but they'll start getting here.
Thanks, man.
safer on stage. What Sarah Grants is here yet?
We just called her.
Okay, Andrew just asked, and he's looking for you right now. But
In regard to Sarah?
Yeah. He's like,
Okay, so she was like best friends with this kid who killed herself. And I don't know if this may be like way too much to throw her head.
Yeah.
So,
no, I just want to make sure we're a little behind. So if we have, I mean, we're flexible. I just want to make sure that when she's here, we know because we've been in touch with Sloan and everything else.
we're on our way. We're looking
Okay.
for her. So, I don't know. I'm almost scared to push it because
Yeah, well, you don't need. I don't want to. I didn't know, and we're just looking at it. Yeah. Okay, that's been 10 minutes. That's been 10 minutes. What we're going to do now is we're going to give you 5 more minutes to come up with the action steps. We already have some of the action steps on the wall from the last breakout. We're going to ask you again to come up with sequential steps so that we can all take action on the ideas that the questions that you heard, and then the ideas that you've been discussing. So we'll give you 5 minutes. You should all have new Post-it paper, and we'll get started. Okay, you found it? You're good?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, he told you about Sarah.
Yeah.
I need to ask you, Colin asked if someone else could do the PowerPoint of the building, so after lunch. I'll report back and see what we can do.
I can talk to her.
Yeah. Oh, actually, thank you.
I'm not sure if we have anyone to fill her place. I will see if we can.
Okay.
I guess there's a chance I could. I would destroy the laptop.
No, that's. I mean, she's not techy like that.
Yeah. She's what?
She's just not that techy either.
Yeah. Okay. We might be able to ask Matt Lutchman. I think I got to see if he has a stamp with the 3D printer. So he's technically, I think, a floater that we can maybe get in there.
Yeah.
Let me ask him. Could Matt do the PowerPoint?
Lutchman.
No. So we can just try to keep it basic. The clicker. So, this is something we can test over lunch. If it doesn't work, we can beg, and if it does work, then we can say no problem. And I'll just give you the microphone after this. Because you're going to announce the lunch and lunch activities. And we need to be back here at 1:40, right? So
1:30.
1:30. So let's still get about an hour and a half lunch. We're on time. I can't do it right now. Last night I felt like I could do better than now. Now I have no idea. Last night I felt like I had a better take on it.
Yeah,
but you know something else is to keep in mind to go in. One of the things I kind of do to judge is like, well, we got this kind of structured activity. How many people are just participating in it and how many people are just kind of talk it off. No. That's the whole teaching. Kind of like, all right. I don't know if that's the best way. Like, for example, there could be conversations happening here that are just important. If there's a way, it's not that we don't want to tell people to do whatever, but we want them to make sure that they're not feel confined to doing this. The more flexibility coming in and out and the freedom of whatever might be good things. All right, one more minute. 59 will go up, so let's hit the stage. I'll meet you on the stage. Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry. We're gonna see if the clicker works. If it doesn't work, do you think it's still okay?
Yeah, I was just it'd be better to get the experience.
Yeah. I wish we had another intern. I'm not sure. Apparently they're booked. Because she can still do the breakout sessions and everything else, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, she's been like, I tried to load them up. I told her to take a break.
I'll keep racking my brain if there's anybody else.
Another thing is when she said we have a little mix kit. She'll take that as key.
Well, you know who does? Nelson has it.
Oh, yeah?
He hasn't returned it. You gotta remind him. We have, those are loners.
Oh, I got you.
We have 3 kits. Corky sent me a free kit, and then we have a deluxe.
I thought you were getting like a bunch of
now they gotta return those. Yeah. Okay, that's been 5 minutes, and we're going to cut it right here because the next thing that we've got to do today is, I'm sure something everybody's very eager to start, and that's lunch. So before we release you to lunch, we are about active curiosity. We are about doing things a little more than the standards. So I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, and he's going to give you an idea of some of the activities that'll go on as you eat your lunch. Again, thank you for all of these. We are going to collect these, and while you're out having fun, we will be putting these on the wall. And thank you to your contributions to this collection of thoughts, of curiosity, and of steps that not only you can benefit from in your individual groups, but together we can curate and push out to all the people who aren't in the Blue Note today and work together to make some real changes.
Hey, so if you're looking at your schedule or the online schedule, then you might notice that the last session was a little short, not short in time, but short in presenters. And so what we're doing is we're pushing 2 of them to the next session. Matt and I will be cutting out our presentations. You can always catch us later, and we'll tell you everything we know. Yeah, it goes pretty quick. We don't know much. So okay, so during the lunch, it's an active lunch, but feel free to take a break. We set up some activities here. So Little Bits is upstairs. There's some high schoolers upstairs with 3D printers, and Emma has a kind of this piece of installation artwork. And so that's all upstairs. In the downtown incubator, you can find the address on the website again, or there should be some signs outside leading you down that way. If any of you were in the Quirky.com workshop last night, same place. There are a few more activities. Feel free to participate. I think it's kind of cold outside, but there's a park pretty close by if you wanted to eat your lunch there and just be active and hang out. So the food part. No, I'll do time part. So lunch is an hour and a half. We should get back here at like 12:30. Now to the food part. So food is in the back corner that way and in the back corner that way. Vegan and vegetarian are this way. Yeah, vegan and vegetarian are this way. It looks like it's a little hard to tell between the two, but we think that the V is for vegan and the veg is for vegetarian. You're smart people, right? We did have a problem with the gluten-free. They called us this morning and said that they weren't able to do that. And so if you know what to do about that, come up and talk to us. Or if you got a gluten-free ticket, we'll talk and we'll figure something out. Yeah, and I think that's it. Yeah, so enjoy lunch. Oh, I'm sorry, drinks are also on this side. So, adios.
We are going to start in exactly 1 minute, and I'm just going to count it off. Feel free to move around as we go into the next breakout sessions and the next groups. Don't feel like you have to stay in the groups that you currently have. Feel free to mix around, to go explore what other people are doing, and really shake it up, yeah? We're going to do our best to make sure that if you need new paper for the next group, we'll get you the new paper. If you're still hanging on to Post-it paper that needs to be hung up, we'll come around and we'll start collecting some of these things. I hope we don't get in the way too much. And also looking around, I realize we'll probably also need to work on gathering some of the lunch trash in all of this. But we'll work on taking care of all of that going forward. There's a couple other things on all the tables. We tossed out a few cards. There's some are social media cards, and this is where you can find us on Facebook, on Twitter, and on that internet, right? There's another card on there, a black card with something called Grant Wish. One of the cool things with What If is, as social entrepreneurs and as people who are asking questions and really trying to shake up the world, we interact and we run into other people who are also doing the same thing. And the folks at Grant Wish, they're out of Kansas City, and they've connected, and it's really exciting because they're a band, but they're also a business. They're social entrepreneurs who have a mission that says, what if music can build schools in Haiti? And what they're doing is taking the Tom Shoe model and applying it to music and to bands. And for the albums and the songs that they sell, proceeds are going back to focus on areas of Haiti that need schools and to improve their education. What you have on this card, on the back of it, there's a free code. So if you go to the website, I believe it's GRNT Wish, right? It's all on there. You can go there, enter the code, and you can download some free songs to hear their music, but also to share with others who love music and want to do something to support social entrepreneurship and education.
We should also say a very big thanks to our sponsors who are helping us put on this event, right? Oh, yep, cool. So, Quirky.com is a company that crowdsources product development out of New York City. They're a startup, a few years old. They just partnered with GE for $35 million. Yeah, GE basically is opening up their patents to anyone on Quirky.com. And so check out some GE patents, build some awesome products, and make up the cost of your ticket if Quirky picks up your product. So
send them an email saying thank you for supporting What If.
Yeah, definitely.
Or tweet them out, yeah.
We should also say thank you to the Regional Economic Development Center here. They do economic development in this region. They are right next to the incubator where we were at last night. Yeah, and they've been super supportive the whole time that Matt and I have been in interaction with them. We work out of the incubator that they run, and then the whole office helps us out all the time. The Callaway Bank is a bank from Callaway. These names are, they're pretty descriptive, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they've been hugely supportive. And so if you see anyone here with Callaway on their name tag, say thank you. If you're already a bank at Callaway, say thank you for What If. Columbia Access Television is doing all of the recording and production work for today. So say thank you to them. We have Jimmy in the back. Sean, I think, just left. And then we also have tech from the Blue Note. We have Dylan back there. And then one of our volunteers, she's in the back right there, Lisa Bunch, one of the presenters' significant others. So say thank you to them. Socialite is this conference up out of Toronto. Thank you. And yeah, they are some awesome people. They do this event for younger entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs. Canada's a little more supportive of social entrepreneurship than America. And yeah, it's an awesome event. They've been helpful with some of the sponsorship stuff. Schlafly is sponsoring our dinner beer, and so that's always nice. It'll be their second year sponsoring us. Columbia Business Times has been hugely supportive, and I think half of it is at least just being nice to us, I think. Yeah, tolerating us. Let's see, who else? Oh, and of course, special thanks to Little Bits, the Business Innovation Factories, this other conference out of Providence, Rhode Island. They bring together a bunch of people who are just innovation junkies, right? And so they're pretty cool. Philip Rawson is helping us do some photography today. The district provided maps. So after today, if you need to find your way around here, there's some maps up front. And then definitely a bunch of people that we can't mention today have been hugely, hugely supportive, including our interns, who I can mention. Both Ben and Kathleen, you've probably seen them running around, and they have been way more awesome than I ever expected. So thank you to them. And then Matt, you want to talk about Monty?
Okay, just as I mentioned, running into some very interesting people along the way. The next short video comes to us from, believe it or not, Kenya. And the Amani Institute is an institute that we've connected with, and we're collaborating going forward. We do a lot of talking, and part of the mission, again, with What If, is to not just have conversations, but to actually start doing something. And the Amani Institute is really exciting because a lot of people have ideas on how to evolve education or change education, and this is a group that are true leaders in providing an alternative to higher education and providing ways for people to not get leadership from a textbook, but leadership from actually going somewhere and doing something, particularly in the areas of social entrepreneurship and helping other parts of the world. They have programs that are starting now in Kenya and Brazil. I will let them take it away from here. If you're curious about the Amani Institute, feel free to look them up. Feel free to reach out to me, and I'll do my best to connect you with them directly. And we just blogged about them on the Huffington Post, I want to say about a month ago, so there's more information there as well. So, the Amani Institute.
What if education allows us to understand how social change actually happens?
What if education was less about testing and more about applied learning in real-life situations? Wouldn't that be cool?
What if education allows us to discover who we are and how to align our passions with purpose?
What if education gave us the skills we actually need to lead in the 21st century?
What if in education somebody asked, what do you like doing? What are your passions? What if education really helped us to be aligned, to be happy?
What if you could spend your summer gaining actual real-life social change experience and building your skills to make a difference in your career? And what if you could do all of that in Africa? What if education allows us to understand how social change actually happens?
What if education was less
What if we
about
already watched this, right? We got it. So this is the portion of our very brief videos where we're going to get caught up before we get real live people. But since we want the food to digest, and we want to ease you back into that thinking that we have with people on the stage. The next video is going to be really short as well, but it's really important to us. Another one of these amazing people that we've been able to connect with is a do we call him a kid? Do we call him a young man? I prefer kid because I think part of what makes Jack Andrakis so awesome is that he is a kid. And I know we've got a lot of high school students here. We have a lot of young minds here. And just think of how many times people told you, well, your thoughts don't matter, or whatever you have in mind, or whatever you can contribute doesn't matter, not because it's true or not because it's right or not because of anything else, but your age. Well, Jack, he decided to go ahead and challenge, but in a Dubai speaking.
Actually.
Hi, my name's Jack Andreka, and one of the biggest questions I have is what if scientists listen to students about discoveries and ideas? And my belief is that this is one of the most powerful tools that we can tap into. Students are this incredible wealth of intelligence and creativity. They're at this epitome of knowledge and creativity where they can come up with these amazing ideas that are off the wall that a ton of people can't see, and then they have enough knowledge to breathe life into them and potentially discover a breakthrough or even a new way to attack pancreatic cancer for 3 cents that takes 5 minutes to run. The possibilities are literally endless. Right now, we're not listening to 2 billion people. 2 billion people are under the age of 20 and their voices are being ignored. Imagine if we tapped into that human capital and could revolutionize scientific innovation. So that's my wish for science, and I hope that you can help me achieve it.
Okay, great words from Jack, and it's our pleasure to go right after those words to introduce one of these high school students from Battle High School here in Columbia, who isn't just going to say, yeah, this is true, but she's going to show you. And we're incredibly, incredibly excited to introduce the first of our 2 high school students, Sloan.
So my what if is, what if humanity's greatest trait can be found within our artists and children? You can click one, just to the whole thing, yeah. Like zoom out, so. If you zoom out just like to the whole thing, that'd be good. While he's doing that, I highly recommend going upstairs and looking at all of the little bits and the high school presentations because they are way rad and you should check them out. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Okay, so what if humanity's greatest trait can be found within our artists and children? Exists Charles Bukowski, Caspar David Friedrich, Sylvia Plath, and Antonin Dvorak, a drunk, a romantic, a suicidal, and a recluse, all of whom at one point were wildly depressed, but even worse still, artists. What have they in common with the wholesome minds of children? To quote Picasso, all children are artists. The problem is how to remain an artist once he grows up. Therefore, the opposite also applies. Not all artists are children in the same manner that not all artists are true and honest. How would you judge the validity of another's art? It is perhaps as slanderous to do as the discarding of your childish skin for an adult one of perceived freedom. For in doing so, you may earn a physical freedom, but lose a mental one. You even perhaps lose humanity's greatest freedom, to create with abandon. And yet this idea of one being able to create with abandon suggests you'd need a predisposed, predestined strain of subtle heroism running throughout your genetic lines to even begin creation. But this is not so, as we quite regularly hear of ordinary acts of we quite regularly hear of ordinary people performing marvelous acts of ingenuity within our local headlines. Every brave act of heroism that runs throughout the news is such an act of adrenaline-fueled innovation occurring in the spark of a moment, a flash reminder of creativity that occurred in our youth with regularity. This is what is lost, more often than not, within the confines of adulthood. As a child, you created even without intention, without thought of if you may fail or maybe the behavior was not in the least bit acceptable, but you did so anyway because, by God, you were going to create, if nothing else, a moment in which you would absolutely command attention. It is this inherent audacious nature that presents itself before we are deceptively indoctrinated by rigid schooling systems. This nature manifests itself through the wax that manages its way outside of coloring book lines. Even at this age, however, are some of us impregnated with the yearning to contain ourselves within those frames of neatness. However, non-existent boundaries are displayed within the majority of us who did not care whether the colors spilled over the edges. But then we age, in the manner in which we have been taught within a society that generally promotes creative conformism, and as we do so, we command less attention and consequently less of our lives, and become, lo and behold, adults, mentally crippled and deprived of the creative oxygen that enriched our prior lives. When we accept the monotony of being creative, so long as that creativeness may be hoarded within the confines of standardized testing, we pose great risk of losing our inherent innovation and becoming internal value systems for which the solution is either A, B, or C. But no, the artist you know you are rejects this and counters with Dylan Thomas. You know how to rage against the dying of the light, for you did once. Really, not what if humanity's greatest trait can be found within our artists and children, but rather, what if we exhume the reckless abandon of the younger self? What if we did not bury such a vital soul? The traits that accompany the ability to create with abandon, such as curiosity, imagination, these are traits that have prevailed within the history of humanity and shall continue to do so, from our primate ancestors to us modern Homo sapiens. And these traits spoken of in all generality, what ground do they hold with the cold logic of algorithms and mental processes of solid calculation? To quote Dead Poets Society John Keating, medicine, law, business, engineering, these are noble pursuits and necessary to sustain life. But poetry, beauty, romance, love, these are what we stay alive for. The idea is to combine the passion of childhood and artistry, the genuine want of knowledge for its taste and want of honesty for its own properties of metamorphosis. What if every doctor, lawyer, CEO, and architect were also an artist? Would it spark the creation of new inventions in their respective fields? To combine characteristics of both may serve such an ideal. But to further uncover the flesh of the matter, it only makes sense to ask, why? Why might it be necessary or more than beneficial to preserve the ability to create with abandon found most naturally within the artists and children of our species? After all, didn't we just create Flappy Bird? Really, what more of our race could we possibly ask to distract us with? However, honestly, despite the marvelous inventions being created daily that progress humanity forward, could not we go further? Ask what more could be accomplished if the synaptic transmission biochemist were also a closet poet, or, in the Nobel Prize-winning case of Thomas Sudhoff, a bassoonist. Having won in 2010 for the advancement of physiology and medicine, Sudhoff was quoted as stating his most influential teacher to be the man who taught him music, his bassoon teacher. And from him he gathered that the only way to do something was to practice and listen for hours and hours and hours. And of those hours spent listening and concentrating, traits which often accompany but are seldom referenced as side effects of musicianship, was born an understanding of possible molecular mechanisms that contribute to disorders such as Alzheimer's and autism, with the potential to understand their future eradication. This is what is lost, and for what must be fought, in the endeavor of living and not merely existing, to channel wilds, and in being our greatest human selves. And in being our greatest human selves. And yet the fundamental question remains, how? How do we exhume the reckless abandon of the younger self or prevent the need to do so from ever occurring? Somewhere between putting away childish things and declaring a newly awkward adulthood lays a plane, a vastly reaching timeline with no definitive beginning or end. And in this endless multiverse, with which we do not have 2 feet in different places, but rather every limb at opposing odds, do we tend to fall in line with the great creative conformism itself. With the great creative conformism itself. Although this diverging from our imaginative independence may happen in ways mostly imperceptible, we can still challenge ourselves constantly, not to prove an intelligence, but a mind. It is as simple as going to your favorite source of news, finding the most convoluted issue of the day, and asking yourself, what is the solution? And yet it goes beyond only posing questions. For the key to creating with abandon is to just create every ridiculous idea along the way until you find yourself with one that is the least bit feasible and throwing yourself at it with veracity. Exists a drunk, a romantic, a suicidal, and a recluse, all of whom at one point created with reckless, childlike abandon, and who were, better yet, artists.
So that's pretty good, right? I'm going to steal this. Cool. Okay, so next up we have Sarah Grant. Sarah Grant goes to the Columbia Public High Schools, just like Sloan. And we have these independent what if events that we've been working with Columbia Public Schools, but also a bunch of other communities. And so without further ado, Sarah. Yeah. Ready? And make sure you keep it like
Yeah. Also, when I change slides, I'm going to do this, but first we should probably get it up eventually. That should be good. But
I'll try that.
yeah, it should work, but my presentation's not up yet. Well, Hi, I'm Sarah Grant. I go to Battle High School, part of Columbia Public High Schools, and I'm here to talk about the possibilities with genetic engineering and Pokemon. Let's bring some nostalgia into this in a moment. Yes. That's the right one. Let's do this. What if, using genetic technology, bioengineers created Pokemon in real life? They took in the things from our childhood and created things from our dreams. Things like Pikachu and Raichu and Pichu. And I'm just listing different forms of Pikachu. Oh well. Pokemon is an RPG-based video game, as well as a continuing plot of a television show, a series of movies, a card game, and a manga. Basically, it's just a massive empire of never-ending stuff. The game is based on the concept of insect collecting, which the creator, Satoshi, enjoyed as a child. The objective is to capture and train creatures called Pokemon. They're anthropomorphic beings that have different powers and strengths in order to be the very best, like no one ever was. Game players and the characters in the canon storyline start from humble beginnings at the age of 10 with a single level 5 Pokemon, and they train towards greatness. Go. Okay. Why? Things to ponder. Is the creation and use of these creatures ethical? Is current genetic technology up to par in creating any of the Pokemon's thousands remember from childhood? If we utilize strange animal powers, can we create our own varieties of Pokemon-like creatures? How can the aspects of pure whimsy in Pokemon be approached and conceptualized into reality? What concepts are impossible? In the future, can the preposition on the word be removed? Meaning possible. A big part of Pokemon is the idea of evolution, and evolution is what drives the Pokemon. All the strange powers nature have come from the mechanism of defense. That's why there are so many unusual animals in the world, and that is what we would have to harness in order to create things like Pokemon. For instance, I decided to try to make one. This was my attempt at making a Pikachu. It took me days to plan, so creating all of the Pokemon would be very difficult. For physical traits, the body type would be that of a dormouse, as well as the eyes. The tail and ears would come from the tufts and shapes of the Pichu, yes, that is a real rodent, the kangaroo mouse, and the squirrel. The coloration from the lowland tinwreck, a really weird-looking animal, but its colors are right. The abilities and the attacks would come from the oriental hornet DNA for electric cheek pouches, the honey badger, yes, honey badger, superior fighting skills, electric eel DNA to increase the potency of the electricity, the shrew DNA to make him venomous, because Pikachu can do some poison attacks, and jellyfish DNA for bioluminescence to be used as flash when you're in caves. The thing is, controlling the animals would be difficult, but with mice, it's fairly easy. So you could either train through practice and reinforcement, positive or negative, or control with brain electrodes, which, though controversial, is more certain it will work, even in a sad way. In order to create these things, we'd be harnessing Mother Nature's powers. Creating Pokemon would involve harnessing unusual powers of those of the hairy frog, which is a frog that literally breaks its leg bones and then stabs them through its hands and uses them to fight off predators. It's like a weird Wolverine of the animal world. And then there's the Bombardier beetle, which it expels boiling hot liquid through its anus. Just gonna be straight with you. The octopus. And the octopus is just crazy. It can change colors. Some of them get into coconut shells and pretend to be coconuts and crawl on land. Yes, octopi can get on land. You should be scared. And they can shrink through tiny holes. Exploding termite, it explodes and spews toxic liquid all over the predators around it to protect the others of its kind, and the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp not only is brightly colored and has insanely fast claws that can cause water around it to boil at thousands of kelvins, just the mere motion of their arm can kill its prey, but it also can see with 16 different color cones in its eyes. It can see millions of colors humans could never perceive. It's just kind of a weird animal. But there are limitations to our real world. Pokemon, because it is fictional, makes a lot of the creatures impossible. Often the designs are drawn from mythos and legend, creating fantastical, beastly creatures that we can't create, like carps that become dragons. Magikarp, I know you don't like him, but whatever. And he becomes Gyarados, and nine-tailed foxes that harness the powers of fire. Science couldn't dream of these until we can create unusual mythical creatures that we've been dreaming of for hundreds of years. This kind of over-idealizing is similar for inanimate object Pokemon and the concept of Pokeballs in the traveling home of the Pokemon. The impossible. Objects in crazy Pokemon. There are Pokemon that, regardless of advances, will never truly exist. These are the inanimate object Pokemon. 10.45% of Pokemon fall in this category. And there's also some hope for all the plant Pokemon, but it'd be difficult to get them to have, well, a working conscience that we know of, because we don't really know about plants. They're kind of weird. Also, some Pokemons have abilities that we cannot harness, like psychic abilities and fire, because this is not Avatar: The Last Airbender. We don't have firebenders. It's terrible, but it's true. Pokeballs and blowing up the sun. To contain a Pokemon in such a small container would require mass to energy conversion, because there are some Pokemon that are like way bigger than Mr. Lutchman, and he's a big guy. You would not want to carry him around. You're going to have to turn him into energy. And for small Pokemon, that still creates more than enough energy to, well, more than thousands of nuclear bombs. Let's do the math. One Pokeball capable of capturing Pikachu would convert him into 5.39253172 times 10 to the 17th joules. One thermonuclear warhead has 4.184 times 10 to the 9th joules, meaning one Pokemon is equivalent to that of 1,028,884,585.9 warheads. 15,000 warheads could blow up the Earth. One Pokeball could blow up 8,592.30527 Earths, meaning about 151 Pokeballs could blow up our sun. Ironically, 151 is the original number of Pokemon, meaning if we attempt to create and capture just the originals, we would end up blowing up the sun if just one thing went wrong. And all die. That's terrifying. Battle. Because Pokemon's basis is fighting and then the winner receives money, it's in a lot of ways similar to dog and cockfighting rings, very sadly. This is something that has been pointed out by multiple organizations who think that the entire game glorifies animal fighting, like PETA, with their very sad satirical flash game, Pokemon Black and Blue. Genetic manipulation, right or wrong? Also, genetic manipulation is something that is of high debate because it is so strange and unusual. The idea of crossing animals that would never naturally meet in nature irks people. For instance, there is the spider goat creation, which creates a strong fiber that's stronger than spider silk because it also has the strength of goat milk, and this super fiber, though very useful, is considered very wrong. No one wants to combine arachne and capra because the idea of breeding a goat and a spider and those two engaging in coitus is just frightening. It's terrifying. There's also worry that the manipulation possibly results in long-term harm and effects that are often associated with things like genetically modified foods. What? Activate. Why? Activate. I choose you. It didn't work. Aw. No. I give up. The point is, incorporating Pokemon in... Okay, never mind. I still need it. Societal structure changes. The integration of Pokemon into our regular society and modern technology, the foundation of our society currently, would result in semi-pastoral structures. Because Pokemon, which would involve technology to be created, would then be associated with technology, meaning we would be pastoral like that of the people of the Neolithic Revolution, only with a little bit of a change. It's like a twist on the past rather than repeating it. Pikachu, Pokeballs, limits, ethics, possibilities, and what all of it means. The addition of the pastoral elements would forge a new age of technology and society, one more bold than the Industrial Revolution. The addition of these limitless creatures would usher in an age of technological evolution and literal evolution, mightier than that of all other human advances, the time of evolutionary society. That is all.
Okay, thank you. So again, whether you're a high school student or you know a high school student, first of all, thank you for your voices. Keep sharing those voices. And for the non-high school students out there, what can we do to make sure that we hear more of these? Yeah. I want to encourage you to engage them both in the breakout sessions, but also around here for the rest of the day. If you haven't picked any of their brains yet, and there's more than just the two that presented here, please go out of your way. And it's not just high school students, students in general. Let's make sure that we don't let them become a wasted natural resource.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why Matt and I do this conference is because we get to hang out with really, really awesome people. And yeah, I am so appreciative of all of the presenters that have been up so far, and the presenters we'll keep hearing from. And you should definitely hang out with them because they are awesome. Next up is Audrey Bellis, who is another awesome person. When Audrey isn't trying to change the way publishers and commenters engage online, she can be found curating content in sparkles at Meddle-It. With a background in e-commerce and fundraising, Audrey has served on the advisory board for Catholic Charities Los Angeles and as an emerging leader for the United Way of Greater Los Angeles. She currently serves as development and marketing liaison for Urban TXT, taking back the streets of South LA through technology. Audrey is passionate about building connected communities and can often be found urban exploring downtown LA. And here's Audrey. Is that good height? Do you want it higher?
Maybe a little higher.
Oh, okay.
That's probably good. Okay. Let's hope I don't get lipstick on this thing. That would be really awkward for the next presenter. All right, so in the spirit of what if, since we ask questions, I have a question for you all. How many of you are writers? Oh, decent chunk of the room. How many of you like to read online publications like the Huffington Post or other major media news? Everybody. Okay, so the good one. How many of you have experienced the comment section in one of those publications? Yeah, exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly. So, I never really used to think about the comment section. I was never the type of person who would spend time commenting on other people's stuff. If I thought it was good, I would share it because if I thought it was interesting, maybe somebody in my community would think it was interesting. But back in 2012, I had my very first experience with the publishing and online comment section. At the insistence of a good friend, I submitted my very first blog post. Now, prior to this, I had never been published. I am not trained as an author or a writer. I do not have a literary background. But I put together my piece, I sent it in, and put my little baby out there in the world. And to my dismay, it actually got published, which was phenomenal. And it was published by a new publication back then called The Times of Israel. So I was so stoked that it had gotten published that it didn't occur to me of what might happen when it actually, hit the interwebs and everyone in the world and my mother could read it. And what happened next just totally blew my mind. So that original blog post took on a little virality. It became one of the top 10 read posts for the Times of Israel that year. It had thousands and thousands of impressions and shares. It had hundreds and hundreds of comments, and it was seen across all the major social media platforms. So not only was I mind blown because I got published, but then shock kind of gave way to being humbled. As I mentioned, there were hundreds and hundreds of comments, and every day my inbox would fill with alerts. You have a new comment. You have a new comment. And I was incredibly humbled that people felt that my writing had resonated enough with them that they took the time to stop, comment, share. And these were people I didn't know. These were strangers. So they weren't my friends. They had no obligation to actually read my writing with me pushing like, hey, I got published, read me. They weren't related to me. They were total strangers. But then humility gave way
to being dumbfounded when I actually started reading those comments. I know. You know, they tell you when you first start blogging, don't read the comments. That's like the worst thing you can do. I, of course, am very stubborn, and I thought I was trying to connect with my readers, so I read them. That was a mistake. It was as if these commenters had read an article that I didn't write. Half of these comments had nothing to do with the subject matter. In fact, they took on quite the personal nature. The article was a personal piece, and the comment section had nested threads of people debating whether how Jewish I was, whether I was Jewish enough to write for the Times of Israel. They debated whether I lived a kosher lifestyle. Granted, these are people who I don't know and I've never met, but here they are debating my life as if I don't exist right here on the internet for the world to read. Did I mention my mother? So that was really frustrating, and not all of it was positive. Some of those things were very hurtful and difficult to read, and somebody told me, you know, I don't know why you continue to read them and put yourself through that kind of torture, but, you know, I couldn't help myself. It's like looking at a car accident. You can't stop. You're like, okay, maybe a little. But nested in that hate was also support. There were also people who reached out and said, I too have a similar experience. I too have a similar background. I too understand what it is that you're going through. And that kind of made it all worthwhile. It made it seem like it was worth putting myself in the lion's den. And that actually turned out to be the beginning of a new career for me. So, let's get to my point. What if we could get back on topic in the comment section and change the way that content is shared as we know it today? I am going to be so bold and say something that I'm sure many people might disagree with, especially if you're in the publishing industry, but I believe that the comment section across the internet is broken as we know it today, which is really frustrating because, you know, in the last couple of years, we've come across major advancements. You know, 5 years ago, you couldn't just blog and get published. Somebody had to actually want to publish you. Now you can go to WordPress, Blogger, Tumblr, and set yourself up and get discovered, right? The comment section has not evolved. Major respected publications are also experiencing this. For example, Popular Science has actually completely shut down their comment section. They felt that the comments were so off topic and took away from the integrity of their pieces that they said, no more. You can't comment on our articles. Guess what? They lost a huge chunk of their community. It made people feel like they weren't welcome to participate in the conversation. It felt like their publishers didn't want to engage with them. And for me, it got personal. Last year, one of my writing colleagues was attacked so personally and so viciously in the comment section of one of his pieces at a major publication that he attempted suicide. What kind of world have we come to today where we can go into the comment section under an avatar and spew hate and attack people that we don't know, judge their personal lives, and make their lives miserable, and in a permanent way that stays on the internet for other future people to read, employers, prospective mates, people that you work with, colleagues that respect you, to have strangers tear that down in a permanent manner. So, how can we fix this? That's kind of a difficult, big theory question. Currently, the way the marketplace fixes it is through moderation. Moderation either by the publication with rules that they have outlined or self-regulated through the community as allowed by publications to, flag. How many of you guys use Discus or have seen it? That's the type of comment section where somebody can post a comment or a reply and you can upvote it or downvote it or flag it as spam. You guys all know what I'm talking about? That's a phenomenal tool. But guess what? You can upvote hateful messages. How did that solve the problem? It didn't. And the other issues with moderation is that it restricts freedom of speech. I mean, When you, as a publisher, tell me that I can only post certain things, you're predisposing me to the notion that my opinion is not trusted in its natural, free-flowing state. And the last time I checked, you can't regulate my opinions. They're mine and mine alone. So, good job, modern tools, for making that attempt, but we still haven't fixed the comment section. You know, my editor tells me that my stories are, or that I'm a good storyteller, and that my stories allow people to see snippets of my life. And I always tell him, oh, well, you know, when I was a child, I excelled at pretend. That's why I'm good at it. So let's pretend today a little bit. Let's pretend for a moment that the whole point of blogging and writing and sharing content is to build resonance with a community who share your values and beliefs. It turns out that pretend really isn't necessary. That's a real thing. That is the point of why we write. In fact, I changed careers because of this and have dedicated myself to reimagining how we share content, as Andrew mentioned. I work for a startup called Metal, and what I've learned at Metal in working with users, with authors, with publishers, with readers, is that authors and communities want to connect. Authors write so that people who believe what they believe will say, yes, I agree with you, or no, I don't. Let's start a conversation about this. And readers who seek out content are also looking for a way to connect. It's human nature. And if you get rid of the comment section, guess what? It's kind of hard to connect. So what would the world look like if the comment section invited you, the reader, to co-create and co-author along with the author of the editorial that you're reading or with the publication? That would be a true op-ed experience. You know, most people confuse op-ed for opinion editorial. How many of you guys thought that? Yeah, me too. It took me a while to learn that one. But op-ed doesn't mean that. While it can be an opinion piece, op-ed actually traditionally means opposite the editorial feature, right? So, you know, way back when we actually used to read newspapers and magazines and things were not always online, you'd open up to the editorial and then across from it, you'd actually see an opinion piece related to that, right? How many of you actually see that in online publications? No hands. Because you don't, it doesn't exist. You know what's opposite the editorial in an online publication? Advertising. Thank you. It's monetizable real estate. It's link bait. It's catchy titles that make you click and you get there and you're like, hey, this article had nothing to do with this title. You have taken me for one and pulled the wool over my eyes. How deceitful. But imagine if you could see that in an online publication. How would that change your readership experience? It would probably be more related. So, what if you could create your own mini op-eds? What if those mini op-eds allowed for you to extend the life of the conversation directly with the author? What if those mini op-eds that you're creating were discoverable? They could be found on the internet. You know, when you comment on something now on the internet in a major online publication, it's not indexed by the search engines. People can't find it. It's not helping your personal brand in any way, shape, or form. You're just contributing to the noise. But what if you could? What if you could be discovered for your opinion because your opinion mattered? And what if those opinions could be shared? What if they could be embedded into your blog posts, into other places that you apply your personal branding to? And what if they enhanced your SEO? Would you then venture into the comment section? Would you then participate? I think so. I think people might throw themselves to the lion's den if they had something to gain out of it. What if it forced skin into the game for the commenters? What if instead of hiding behind their avatars and their judgments, by creating these op-eds, they were forced to justify why they thought what they thought? It would make them more vulnerable. Guess what? You know what happens in comment sections where people point and go, "This is crap. You're a horrible author. I don't know why people read this. How did you get to be published?" There's no vulnerability in that. That's shameful. And yet it happens every single day. But if you could only comment by backing up why you thought what you thought, I guarantee you a lot of those things would go away, because people who are narrow-minded aren't going to spend the time to back it up, because they usually don't have those kinds of opinions. And would that force commenters to play a little bit more fair and elevate the game of what we're trying to do? How would that improve the quality of resonance between authors and communities? It would bring us back on topic, wouldn't it? And isn't that what we all want? So I get to do this every day. These are the types of problems I get to solve at Metal. How can we create communities through authentic, insightful engagement? So let's stop pretending, and I invite you to join me in doing. Thank you.
All right. So Andrew's going to give you an official introduction to the next speaker, but I'm going to give you a more informal introduction. If you're here and you have an idea for a business, if you're an entrepreneur currently, or you're thinking, well, maybe, what if I get into entrepreneurship? Hunt this guy down. Among other things that Andrew's going to tell you, he is our counselor, our friend, and in many ways our guide and our sage in this journey of entrepreneurship for us. So we're incredibly proud to have Colin Bunch ask What If at the What If conference.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so one of the things that we should also note, there were a few schedule changes today and especially over the last few weeks. Kind of a little bit behind the scenes. I think over the last 2 weeks we lost 4 presenters and filled their spots. And then there's a band that dropped out, almost dropped back in, and then, tune on, tune off. Yeah. So, but, I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, schedule changes. Oh, Richard. Yeah, okay, so Richard Stallman. Richard Stallman wasn't able to make it today because he has a board meeting today, but he sent in a video. But the video has, it's kind of out of sync with the audio and not out of sync in a standard way. And so it kind of like, sometimes it goes a little before the audio, sometimes it goes a little after the audio. And so rather than showing you a really trippy video, we figured we'll just publish it on our website and on our social media, and you can check out what he has to say about privacy. Richard is a brilliant man. He is one of the founders of the GNU project, and part of that turned into Linux, if you're familiar with the operating system. And he's also he's a very big name in free software, which has 4 freedoms, which he talks about in his talk that you can catch on our website later. But Colin is here now. And Colin empowers people to become entrepreneurs, which will fundamentally change the world. He's optimistic about the internet and the networks we're creating. So, without further ado, Colin Bunch.
How's it going? I promised Liam from Not a Planet, if this goes well, I'll spike the mic, so let me know at the end what you think. What if we could quantify intangible human wasted capital and turn it into a resource? I think it's kind of crazy. I'm at the end of the day by chance or divine design by Andrew, but coming into this, I thought this might be kind of a crazy question to explain, but I think after everything we've seen, it's, this is just a different version of Sloan's talk, maybe less artistic, a little bit more businessy. So as Andrew Matt said, my job is to empower people to go for their dreams. What I see people do every day and learning about entire new skills, realities, opportunities that they never knew existed and pushing themselves is absolutely a testament to the power of human capital. I think a lot of speakers have touched on that today. The true value of a person is the greatest untapped natural resource. Again, I think we're seeing that theme play through today. It's going to be exciting what comes out of this. The creativity and compassion that you've seen so far today really represents that for me, in the potential of individuals and communities when not limited by dehumanizing systems. What society calls rebels are actually people just being themselves. When I think about human capital, it's not an abstract concept. It's very real and tangible to me. It's Nancy starting her school because there was no other way for her to do that than to leave the system. It's all of us here today engaging each other, challenging each other to create a better reality. Where's my slide at? Okay, which of these more describes you? This also lets me know where you are on the entrepreneurial journey. Doesn't necessarily break down in these two categories, but it says a lot about where you are. And if you identify with the first one, that probably says more about you than the conditions of your work and what you do in your job. A recent Gallup poll extrapolated how engaged people are at work. And I don't know if you can see that well, but 13% are engaged, 63% not engaged, and 24% actively disengaged. So that basically means, you can go to the next slide, 24% of people are actively trying to harm the company or organization that they're working for because they hate it so much. I bet I could pick out some people in here that have been there before. This is a good example. Dilbert's always great for something businessy, right? But clearly, we're missing something if all these structures and systems that companies set up to be efficient are creating that kind of engagement. It's in our bones as humans to know that we're capable of so much more. We wouldn't have survived the past 200,000 years if we couldn't work, hunt, gather, build civilizations and communities together. Sorry. And yet, we look at all of human history through the lens of today, and we realize that we're missing a very large truth. The modern organization was just beginning to take shape 200 years ago. And our current model, with a hierarchical chain of executives and managers and workers, is less than 100 years old. So in less than 1% of the time that we've been human, we've allowed these dehumanizing structures to take over our lives. You can go to it. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. Both of these rulers had, small empires, and the way they structured their organizations was by building a convoluted system of checks and balances. And this was really to prevent any one person or group from accruing enough power to take over the whole. Modern bureaucracies have inherited this design feature that encourages internal conflict over strategic outcomes. If you think about GE's turn and burn policy, if most of the year you're all fighting against each other, how can you be working together? Therefore, a well-functioning modern organization will intentionally underperform and will always be less than the sum of its parts. And luckily, Mark's here today. Thanks for coming. As we progressed, early 20th century brought increases in productivity by de-skilling or McDonaldizing workers. But when our education and social structures are all based on building workers for corporate or other systems, this favors standardization over the creation of value. The default mode of an organization will always treat people as less talented and capable than they really are. Since the 70s, Saval's work in France has shown that people are the only source of long-term value creation. I know that's like a duh for this crowd, but that's basically not what most business education is built on. There will always be frictions when people work together, and for that reason, cooperation is hard work, and Saval calls management the creation of cohesion. I think you've seen that with the way Nancy structured her school. It's about creating the right conditions, not about setting systems and rules. Think about the current maker movement. These concepts pop up from time to time when the world changes drastically, and we're forced to reconnect with our capabilities, with our true selves. The traditional cycle has seen these new businesses and informal networks like this that empowered so many people give way to grown-up management. And we're back to being less human again. So I don't know if you know Facebook. Kind of cool when it was just call it, and then now it's pretty much terrible. But we've seen that whole cycle in like 5 years. Usually it takes longer. Part of the challenge is the hidden story of intangible assets. Accounting for the talent, capabilities, and untapped potential of people is difficult to talk about. Years of social precedent perpetuate the story that workers have so little value that they're disposable. People create value much more than we realize. So how much is human capital worth? Using Saval's work, we can begin to deconstruct how inhuman systems within an organization are actually affecting value creation. So I'm going to go through an example that uses a common business issue, micromanagement, small manufacturer type business. So I'm pretty sure most people know what micromanagement is, but someone who's doing a job, below their pay grade, or they're telling people who already know what to do, or the CEO telling the janitor how to sweep the right way. So it's important to understand this isn't about valuing, this method here isn't about valuing people, but it's about understanding the hidden costs that are already there. Because this system isn't set up for humans to tap into human potential, they're wasting a lot of resources that they're not accounting on their books because it's not a normal accounting sheet. So looking at micromanagement, this is basically self-reported from the manager and their employees. So if a third of their time is spent micromanaging, telling people on the floor what to do, what order to move, getting involved in the day-to-day operations, this is how much money they're wasting just based on what they're paying him to not do his job a year. Keep going. Oop, go back. The regulation costs associated with some of this, lack of communication. So because the manager is telling everyone what to do all the time, they stop relying on each other, they stop trusting each other, they stop working together. Then they start waiting for him to tell him what to do all the time. So every time they're waiting for something, that's a cost, right? Because they're not working, they're waiting for someone to make a decision. When there's miscommunication because no one talks to each other, they all wait for the manager to tell everyone everything. Products get made the wrong way, defects go all the way through the cycle before they're figured out. And that's where we see both the opportunity and the regulation costs. Keep going, sorry. So the regulation cost is how much they're wasting on their books every year, but it's due back to this one problem. And then the opportunity cost is what they could be making if they weren't wasting their time breaking things and internally fighting. You can keep going. Sorry, I lost my place. Okay. So this example doesn't even begin to describe the complexity behind Saval's work. A lot of it has to do with understanding the root cause of problems. So another example from a company, they're losing lots of money on gloves. So they say, okay, we need to figure out why we're wasting so much money on gloves. And it's because people don't care about the gloves. So then they might go through a whole process looking at a system and decide to charge people for those gloves because that'll solve the problem. But what they haven't done is get to the root cause of the problem that your employees don't actually care about your company enough to not waste your resources. You're not on the same page, you're not connected, there's a disconnect there. And until they solve that root cause problem, it's going to keep coming up in other areas. There's going to be other dysfunctions, other problems that keep happening. So this method isn't as much to value human capital and say, okay, this is how much things are worth. This is to illuminate all the waste and things that are already going on. We can use this to justify things like the architecture, designing healing. This is a great way to look at what are the actual costs that you can be preventing. Not only is someone more active, but now they can maybe be producing still. They can make things, interact with people. So you're not just increasing the value of their life, you're making them more productive. The current reality has so skewed our perception that the science fiction writers who once helped us dream in awe of what was possible now bring us a declining genre of dystopian future where society and technology have gone wrong. The dreamers among us have lost their way. We have to rewrite the story on work and people altogether from a different perspective. I know that kind of struggles with that, but I want to see if anyone has any questions specifically on that and how it might apply to what they're doing. And if not, just find me afterwards and we can talk. Thank you.
Okay, thanks again for all the questionnaires who just asked questions here. Now we're going to go back to the you part and go through the breakout sessions. Again, 5 minutes where we're going to brainstorm onto the butcher paper, 10 minutes discussing what we just brainstormed, then another 5 minutes coming up with action plans on how we can turn these ideas into actions. If you need more paper, please raise your hand. We'll be walking around to get it to you. If you can flip it over or do whatever else, go ahead and get started, and we'll get you the materials you need if you need them. Get out of those shoes again, right? Are they you still in the heels?
I can go out there in flat shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a little.
I don't know. Yes, sir. Okay, that's the first 5 minutes. So we need to switch over into the discussion portion. If you haven't already just started your discussion and talking about the brainstorm, let's make sure you go ahead and do that right now. We'll give you 10 minutes to go on and discuss the questions that you just heard. Okay, so that's been 10 minutes. What we're going to ask you to do now is to spend the next 5 minutes focusing just on the action steps. So we've had some great discussions. Let's come up with at least 3 to 5 steps that you can take to turn these discussions into things that can actually matter after the conference. If you haven't already, also make sure you take a look at some of the actions that have been posted on the wall. We have some really, really awesome actions that are being. Thank you. We have a lovely assistant pointing the way. These are really, really awesome, and they're all from you. So keep it up, and 5 minutes to come up with some more actions. Okay, so believe it or not, that's your last 5 minutes for the action steps. You know the drill. If you have them done, feel free to either wave them around and we'll have somebody pick them up. You can also hang them up on this wall. The wall does keep going up, so feel free to spread it. If you feel like you're still working on it and you're like, what if the next presentation, the next question that's asked is going to help me finish this action step, then by all means, hang on to them for just a little longer and fill them out. All we ask is that by the end of the afternoon, we have a collection of all these, not just for us to look at and to collect data from, but also to share with everybody else. I do want to share, before I introduce the next people, you have them up there, good. I was looking around, I want to give another thanks to our photographer here, Philip, and go back to a comment that was mentioned, an unsolicited comment a little earlier, when someone pulled us aside and said, you know what's great about the What If conference? And I was thinking it's got to be something with either Andrew or me, right? And no, not at all. Nothing about the process, nothing, right? It was all about, this is the only conference that you can go to and you can have these great conversations and the photographer will sit down at your table and actually add to the conversation. So while we did not instruct Philip to do this, thank you for doing this, because this is very much what it's all about. Like, what if the next question, what if the next solution is in the place you least expect it? And if nothing else, that's what we want you to get out of this experience that, you know, so often we think, well, we're at A and we have a problem, so we only look toward B, right? Well, sometimes the solution to A isn't at B. It could be much further down the line. And one of the other things we discover is sometimes that when you look so hard to find a solution that you know, you don't realize that you have all these other problems or these other solutions that you're overlooking and you're ignoring. And we find that this process, these random collisions, and sometimes the photographer sitting down at your table, that's the best way to make that happen. And also to throw it back to some of our high school students, we have some more students, all from Battle, right? Oh, almost. All from Columbia. Let's just put it that way. Here's some installation artwork that they've done, and I believe working on for a while, and I will hand the mic over for them to explain it to you.
Okay, so hi. We're from Columbia Public Schools District. We're all high schoolers, and I came up with the idea of idea boards. So we've held our own What If at all 3 of the high schools in Columbia, and this is all the stuff that we came up from this is all the ideas that we came up with during breakout sessions and during the actual presentations, and we just cut out things that look interesting or just not words, but what ifs that we liked and put them on a board and Mod Podge over it so it's kind of permanent. And these are all drawings and ideas and what if questions that come to mind. And we're actually doing one upstairs we're working on right now for the what if that's going on right now. And if you haven't seen or have not seen, we've been stealing Post-it notes from your guys' posters or whatever you're coming up with and putting them up there, and you can tell like a little difference. Like, no offense to you guys, but there's a lot of drawings and a lot more I guess it's a lot more colorful and more messy than the one that we have working on upstairs. We literally have no drawings, and it's all just brief questions or brief and brief observations. And so if you would like to bring up any Post-it notes that you think are great or would be cool on a board, just bring them up. We have like a pile of them. Not really, there's just like 3. And just put them up there, and that would be awesome. So thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you again. All right, so we're really excited about this next presentation. It's going to be another video presentation. But before we show this video, you've already gotten to meet and see many of the students who have made this video possible. But we also want to give a very huge shout out to the teacher who's been making this possible.
Yeah. Matt, would you mind walking to the front of the balcony? So Matt Lutchman is right up there at the top of the balcony. He has been hugely supportive, and in everything we've done, and even helped us test our model. So we're always in beta, and it's been great to be able to pass on some of what we're doing to high school students and the local high school, including the administration, for them to test and iterate and hang out with us, and just for all of us to have a really good time. Yeah, and so can we give another round of applause to Matt? Yeah, cool. And now, Lisa, if everything's good, let's roll a video.
A short time ago, in a land not so far from your own, an educational system was formed, mirroring the image of the Industrial Revolution. Schools were designed in the factory model. They were made with separate facilities. They specialized in separate subjects, and they educated students in batches based on age. The system focused on standardizing specialized areas in a manner that allowed each batch of students to finish their education with similar skills. The standardization of education has led to a decline in students' ability to think creatively. This creativity crisis may ultimately cause a decline in innovative thinking, which may result in societies that are ill-prepared to face the challenges of a rapidly advancing future.
Here is what a typical day at school for a student looks like. You go to school, you greet your friends, you go to your first class, you listen to your teacher's lecture, write down some notes, complete some assignments, and pick up the homework from your teacher's desk. Take this and multiply it by the number of classes you have per day. Then multiply this number by 2,160 for the number of school days you have to go through in 12 years. It's time to admit it. School is boring. Teachers attempt to spruce up the idea of school in the hopes of getting students to enjoy a monotonous
No.
A la madrina serán los filtros reinos del amor. Luego vendrán los celos del cariño de aquel volcán que llama tentadora, y tú podrás lograr que yo te quiera, porque tú has sido mi única ilusión.
Hey. Okay, so there's some technical difficulties. We were using a Wi-Fi hotspot that has left the building. And so when that comes back, we'll get back to this video later. But before then, we're going to go to Sarah's presentation. And this session is pretty heavy on eras. We have 2 Sarahs and 1 Tara. So yeah. Sarah Cochran is a higher education PhD student in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy Analysis at the University of Missouri, where she focuses her research on entrepreneurship education. Additionally, Sarah is the proprietor of Treehouse Treasures, an online boutique offering eco-friendly baby and children's items at treehousetreasures.net. And here's Sarah.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon. So today's graduating college students are entering a fundamentally different world than any of their predecessors. In our society, things such as stability, predictability, and control are elusive, if not completely unattainable. In order to prosper in this dynamic, threatening, and complex world, individuals and organizations must think and act in more entrepreneurial ways. Because we are in a time of such change and have immediate access to information, connection, and resources, There have never been more opportunities available to so many people. However, in order to act on these opportunities, an individual must be able to recognize and act on a high potential idea amid the chaos. The at-risk student is one that is not prepared for this entrepreneurial age. So what if every college student took a course in entrepreneurship? What if? In what ways could this be beneficial? I'm going to spend the next few minutes telling you 7 ways in which this could benefit not only the student, but society in general. Number 1, small business. Business scholars agree that small businesses will be what saves our economy, not large corporations. Small businesses create jobs. In fact, government statistics show that small businesses created 65% of all new jobs in the past 75 years. 65%. A recent study found that entrepreneurship education increased the probability of an individual being instrumentally involved in a new business venture by 25%. So by taking a course in entrepreneurship, students are 25% more likely to start a business and therefore create jobs. Number 2, entrepreneurship is contagious. That's right, entrepreneurship is contagious, kind of like the flu that I hope you didn't catch this winter. Last fall, the Kauffman Foundation surveyed 2,000 Americans and found a strong correlation between knowing an entrepreneur and being one. In entrepreneurship courses, students have the opportunity to meet entrepreneurs who come to their classroom as guest speakers, the subject of their class projects, or who serve as a mentor for their business models. It just takes a sneeze, and the students have caught the entrepreneurship bug. We already know we need these students to catch the bug, as they will help create jobs. Remember, small businesses created 65% of all new jobs in the past 17 years. Number 3, college graduates will be more successful business owners. Today's college students are from generations Y and Z. Reports show that more than half of millennials, those are from Generation Y, want to start a business. More than half? Further, members of Generation Y, those born in 1993 and on, are even more entrepreneurial. 72% of high school students report that they want to start a business. And it won't be very long before those high school students are college students. These students with such a strong desire to start a business will be even more successful if they complete college. A study of over 500 tech startups found that those started by college graduates had twice the average revenue and number of employees as those whose founders skipped college. So by taking a course in entrepreneurship and finishing college, these entrepreneurial students will be much more likely to start successful businesses and create jobs. Number 4, it's a great time to be an entrepreneur. These members of Generations Y and Z have chosen a good time to start a business, and here are a few reasons why. Valuations of successful startups have hit an all-time high. Funding for early-stage startups is more available than ever. The cost of entry for a startup is at an all-time low. I'm going to repeat that one for some of you in the room. The cost of entry for a startup is at an all-time low. Incubators and accelerators are everywhere. In fact, there's one just a few blocks from here. The world is now a single market thanks to the internet, and social media is a boon, making marketing and promotion easier than ever. Entrepreneurial attitudes are more responsive to rapid changes in the market and in society. So these reasons sound like a perfect storm to me. Number 5, entrepreneurship courses teach competencies that employers want. So maybe you or your favorite college student are interested in starting your own business. Beware, it's contagious, so I wouldn't let Matt or Andrew sneeze on you. But if they do and you still don't catch the bug, it's still very valuable to take a course in entrepreneurship. Just this month, I read a news story about how college graduates are having trouble finding jobs. A wide margin of managers report that today's applicants can't think critically and creatively or solve problems, and that they lack communication skills. Well, guess what we teach in entrepreneurship courses? Critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, and communication skills. So even those students who want to go to work for someone else should be taking a course in entrepreneurship to enhance their skills for the job market. Number 6, successful graduate students need opportunity recognition skills. The other main competency that entrepreneurship courses teach is opportunity recognition. An entrepreneur has to be able to recognize opportunities before he or she can pursue them. entrepreneurial skills, and opportunity recognition aren't just beneficial for those who wish to start their own business. They are considered a core competency of top-notch researchers. Researchers are everywhere. It's those who recognize new angles, new possibilities, and new ways to look at things that will make it through the masses. Taking a course in entrepreneurship will help train the brain to recognize these opportunities, preparing students to be more successful in graduate school. And finally, number 7, chocolate. Chocolate, that stuff that's so yummy that 41% of Americans eat it every day. What does it have to do with entrepreneurship? Well, in January of this year, Hershey's, that chocolate company, posted a job for a senior manager of foresight activation. I know that sounds like some fancy job title, but basically Hershey's is hiring a chocolate futurist, someone with experience converting existing foresight into strategic opportunities. Where better to learn about forecasting and strategic opportunities than in an entrepreneurship classroom? So what Hershey's is actually saying is that they want an entrepreneur with a fancy job title. So I'm going to recap 7 reasons why every college student should take a course in entrepreneurship. Small businesses create jobs and will save our economy. Entrepreneurship is contagious. College graduates are more successful business owners. It's a great time to be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship courses teach competencies that employers want. Successful graduate students need opportunity, recognition skills, and chocolate. We all want to work around chocolate. So if you're a college student, please sign up for an entrepreneurship course. If you're not a college student, please sign up for an entrepreneurship course. Enjoy the rest of your day and think about, what if every college student took a course in entrepreneurship? Thank you.
Hey, so we're going to try this video again. Our hotspot came back. Yeah, and so we'll just start where we left off. Thank you.
In societies that are ill-prepared to face the challenges of a rapidly advancing future.
Here is what a typical day at school for a student looks like. You go to school, you greet your friends, you go to your first class, you listen to your teacher's lecture, write down some notes, complete some assignments, and pick up the homework from your teacher's desk. Take this and multiply it by the number of classes you have per day. Then multiply this number by 2,160 for the number of school days you have to go through in 12 years. It's time to admit it. School is boring. Teachers attempt to spruce up the idea of school in the hopes of getting students to enjoy a monotonous routine that even they criticize. It's time to turn this crisis around. But what if this process had already started? In a small college town called Columbia, Missouri, a group of high school students and their teachers are making extraordinary impacts on the education system. We call ourselves Project Create.
As we began to address the idea that school has become a dull and tedious chore, we are forced to confront the challenge of an educational system that is set in its ways. On top of that, we discovered that our nation is facing a creativity crisis. The gargantuan task of restructuring the manner in which educational instruction is delivered can be perceived as an extremely overwhelming task. However, students within this system find themselves rebelling against both the manner in which information is delivered and how their learning is assessed. This fault does not lie on the shoulders of teachers, but rather on the centuries' worth of educational theory that created our modern system. A Newsweek article entitled "The Creativity Crisis" examined results of Dr. E. Paul Torrance's studies on creativity. The Torrance test of creativity has been administered to young people for over 50 years and has revealed some stunning results. In this article, journalists Merriman and Bronson reveal that both creativity and IQ scores continued to rise from 1958 through the late 1980s. However, Kyung-hee Kim of the College of William and Mary looked at data for over 300,000 students and found that since 1990, there has been a steady decline. The most alarming data is that this decline is most prevalent among our youngest students, those in kindergarten through 6th grade. Other countries around the world have identified the need for innovative thinkers and have recognized the need to increase creative thinking in their educational systems.
On the Encyclopedia Britannica website, an article states that creativity is decreasing for children and adults. For younger children, the decrease probably arises more significantly from their homes than from their schools, because research indicates personality development is most influenced by home environments. Supporting this theory is research that also indicates children are predominantly spending their time in front of televisions, computers, and video games, leaving little or no time to participate in creative activities. The standardized curriculum in our schools not only restricts a student's ability to express themselves creatively, but also limits exposure to the application of new technologies to help produce new ideas. Doug Dickinson, the leader of the UK's annual British Educational Training and Technology Show, talked about how today's obsession with narrow-minded, curriculum-based and mandated learning styles has taken much of the enjoyment and creativity out of schools. He states that, "We are squandering children's creativity, and we are almost wasting their childhood with this obsession with skill-based academic education." Dickinson holds a belief that with the current state of our information and communication technologies, we should have more opportunities available for students to learn creatively and interactively. Quoting Dickinson again, "We have to give children the opportunity to be creative in their world, not ours. They have opportunities to do things we never had, and we shouldn't minimize the things they do with modern technology just because we did things differently. In the end, we must provide students access to the types of activities that will ultimately create producers of creative ideas rather than simply consumers of information."
The students of Project Create seek to encourage the trend of increasing creative thinking in schools around the world. Our small group of community problem-solving students has decided to attempt the daunting task of changing the system from the inside out by sharing this information with a global audience and simultaneously promoting an increase in opportunities for our students to think creatively in the classroom. From our point of view, this would move our educational systems beyond the obsession with the kill and drill of standardized curriculum objectives to a delivery model that would meet those same objectives through creative, innovative educational activities.
As we examine challenges related to this topic, we realize that the best way to address this problem is to focus on promoting more creative thinking in the classroom, not only in our nation, but around the world. In order to carry out our final solution, we needed to involve the major stakeholders who directly contribute to our public education system.
Great, and I can't say enough that that's my high school students. It's by Matt Lutchman leading the way as well. And that's just the first 7 minutes of what's being turned into a feature-length documentary by some of the students here working with the True False Film Festival. So someday in the next year or two, there's a very good chance that you'll see the rest of that. So thank you again.
Next up, we have Tara. Tara's the advisor in the Student Success Center at Missouri S&T, and that's where she graduated with her BS and MS in technical communication. She's an avid reader, a lifelong learner, and a fitness lover. She's the creator of Remarkable 180. It's a program that encourages people to stop existing and start living by making changes in their life. During her free time, she loves hanging out with her husband, Fred, who I can also say is a really great guy because he brought in the little clicker because the one we had this morning didn't reach this far. So thanks to Fred, but especially thanks to Tara. So.
All right, so there's one day my senior year of high school that I've never forgotten. And I remember this day because my mom and I were arguing, and we just never argued. So I don't remember now how or why the argument even started, but I remember it had us standing in the kitchen arguing about money. So there on the kitchen table laid my new student orientation package with a form that asked us to send $300 to reserve my spot. Now, $300 may not sound like a lot of money, especially in comparison to, say, a semester of college, but to us, $300 was just a lot of money. So at some point during the argument, my mom saw that form on the table, and when she did, she went to the table, grabbed it, and threw it in the trash and said, "You just can't go to college." You see, going to college wasn't the norm in my family, so this led me to question, well, what if going to college became the norm in my family? And then later, as I grew older, I began to question, well, what if more of us started doing things that were a little outside the norm of our families? So as I was researching this talk, I came across a man named Carl Fred Broderick, who is a family and marriage therapist. In the early 1990s, he coined the term transitional character. A transitional character is someone who, in a single generation, changes the entire course of a lineage. These individuals usually grow up in abusive, emotionally destructive environments and somehow metabolizes the poison and refuses to pass this on to their children. So as I was thinking about this, I came to the realization that there's really no such thing as a perfect family. And so if there's no such thing as a perfect family, then that means there's ways we can all better our family. So that led me to our talk today. So a family generation changer is similar to a transitional character, but it's someone who, regardless of the environment they grew up in, strives to change a situation or an idea that's been passed on from generation to generation. So being a family generation changer can mean something completely different to me than it does to you, because it's dependent on our family. So it might mean being the first one to be in a successful marriage, or it might mean being the first one to actually break that alcoholic cycle in your family, or it can mean being the first one to attend college. Now, when we think about impacting the world, we have a tendency of focusing on solutions to those global issues like solving world hunger or providing clean water or world peace. And keep in mind, these are all very important issues that we should continue to try to come up with solutions to. But the question is how do we move from the What If conference today to solving these world issues? So often the steps in between are the most important steps. And I think that sometimes these are the steps that we try to rush through or try to skip altogether because we feel like they're not making a big enough impact. But Mother Teresa stated, if you can't feed 100, feed one. So I get that we should all try to do what we can with what we have, and each of us have the choice to impact the lives of our family. So sometimes that we can make the biggest impact by starting with our family. It takes just one person to initiate that change. And it's being a family generation changer creates opportunities for you and your family that may not have otherwise existed. And it's those opportunities that set the stage for you and your family to make the biggest impact on the world. And it might be those opportunities that set the stage for you and your family to work on those solutions to those global issues. So being a family generation changer isn't easy, and I think a lot of times people don't go after it because they don't know how to. They don't know how to start. So in my talk today, I just want to suggest 5 ways that you can start becoming a family generation changer. And keep in mind, this isn't the only way to get there, but this is just a start. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to make the decision. You need to decide to be a generation changer for your family. And be committed to it, because if you're not committed to it, it's going to be very hard to see it through. And keep in mind that when you decide to become a family generation changer, it's going to create resistance. And a lot of times this resistance can come from your family, and it can come from your friends. Keep in mind that doesn't mean that your family is trying to hurt you intentionally or that they don't want to see you be successful. That just means, sometimes change is scary. So keep in mind in life there's going to be many people who tell you what you're trying to achieve is not possible. But Bill Crosby said, I don't know what the key to success is, but the key to failure is trying to please everyone. So know that it's impossible to make every single person happy. So stop wasting so much of your time and energy worrying about what other people are thinking of you, and instead push all your negativity out, all that negativity out, and just focus on your dreams. The next thing you should focus on is you should set goals. The most successful people in life are those who set goals and develop clear action plans. So you want to make sure your goals are specific. And what I mean by that is you want to make sure your goals are smart. And what I mean by that is you want your goals to be specific. Identify exactly what it is that you're trying to accomplish. You also want to make them measurable, so you always want to quantify your results. You want to know that without a doubt you've met your goals. Your goals should also be action-oriented, so when you're writing down your goals, use action verbs such as study or attend instead of those to-be verbs. You also want your goals to be realistic, but keep in mind that a good goal is a goal that stretches you. So after you've written your goals, if you're not uncomfortable, you need to think bigger. And also, you want your goals to be time-bound. A goal without a deadline is just a dream, so always put a date associated with your goals. Always write your goals down and then revisit them often. The next thing you want to do is you always want to read. We live in a time where we have endless amounts of information at our fingertips. So if you want to be the first one to go to college, do your research. Or if you want to be that person to be in the first successful marriage in your family, read articles on successful marriages. There's a book on just about anything out there. So become an expert in what you're striving to do or become. And reading is such a powerful tool, so use it. You also want to find a mentor, especially if you don't have that support group in your life. Know what you want in a mentor and start looking for one. But keep in mind that not every person that you ask to be your mentor is going to agree to do that, and that's okay. That doesn't mean what you're trying to do isn't worth it. It just means that they're not the right mentor for you. So keep looking, and once you do, don't be afraid to ask them questions. A good mentor offers encouragement, provides directions, and discovers opportunities. And finally, the most important way to start becoming a generation changer for your family is to never give up. Remember that change starts with one, so don't give up. Because if you give up, you're not going to have your story to tell. So you know what I did that day my mom threw that paper away? I immediately went over to the trash can, pulled it out, and I said, I don't care what anyone says, I am going to college. Looking back, I did not understand the impact of that statement that day. But that day literally changed my life forever. It was that day and in that moment that I made the decision that regardless of the struggles or the resistance that was in my future, and let me tell you, there was quite a few, that I was going to go to college. Now, my mom's extremely proud of me and everything I've accomplished, but I think at the time it was just easier for her to tell me that I couldn't go to college rather than her to tell me she didn't have the money for me to go to college. So, to quickly wrap up, just remember that just because this is the life you have doesn't mean this is the life you've been given. And what I mean by that is I think too often we settle in our lives because we feel like we're not smart enough or we can't do enough or we can't be enough to change those situations in our families and the situations in our life. But remember that we all have choices, and today the choice is yours. You're always stronger than you think you are, so push yourself and use your success in life to impact the lives of your family and impact the lives of others. So in my family, it started with me, and today it starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get that? Yeah.
Yeah, here you go.
Awesome. Okay, so next up, we're going to have Ayush Manandar. He's a student from Westminster College, Missouri, currently majoring in transnational studies and economics. In 2013, he interned at Winrock International, assisting the disadvantaged in Nepal to increase economic opportunities. He's also worked as a teacher for the University of Cambridge Young Learners English at DAV Sushil Kedia School in Nepal. He was a high school prefect and a student council representative as well. He's received numerous awards for his academic records and all-round performances. He aims to inspire and motivate more people to make changes in Nepal as a social entrepreneur.
I only have one more thing to add. Not only is he a freshman at Westminster College, a student at Westminster College, he's a freshman. Just amazing stuff. So Ayush.
So, if you've ever come across people who say things like, I hate my job, I don't want to go to class because the subject I'm studying does not interest me. If you've heard people say that, raise your hands and say, yes, I have. Yeah, so why do you think people say these kind of things? Why do you think people are unhappy? Why aren't we productive or efficient? So this is where my question comes in today. What if why is as important as what? Now, many philosophers, many speakers have bolstered the importance of asking why you do in life, why you do what you do in life. People like Simon Sinek. But people fail to realize the importance. Even better, people do not know how to answer why you do what you do in life. So I created this structure, and this structure has 3 core values. And if you follow this structure, keeping in mind the 3 core values, you will be able to answer why you do what you do in life. My answer is going to be different to yours because we are different individuals, but the core concepts remain the same. So the first core value, passion. Now, passion is an overused term, but people still don't know the value of passion in life. What passion does to you is it allows you to move forward. Let me give you an example. Steve Jobs. How many of you are Apple fans? How many of you use Apple products? Raise your hand. Yes. So Steve Jobs. When Steve Jobs was just 12 years of age, he rang up Bill Helwit of HP. Just 12 years of age. He rang up HP's co-founder and asked him if he could get some equipment in order to build a frequency counter at the age of 12. That very summer, he also landed a job at HP. That's what passion does to you, because it helped him to move forward, to approach people, right? If we do not have the passion, why would we do that? Why would we move forward? Because you'd hesitate, because you don't want to do what you're going to do, right? Now, yeah, so like I said, passion allows you to realize your values. Even if you fail, you try it again. You fail again. You try it again, again and again. Now, if you do not have passion, you fail, and then you quit. Because why would you do it, right? Because you don't have passion towards it. In order to find your passion, you should try new things, and you will eventually find it. Earlier, I was speaking to a friend, so he was asking me, how do you find your passion? You just try new things. Keep on trying, and you will eventually find it, but you should not give up on that journey. So that's what passion does to you. So the second core value, resources. Now, resources may be like what you have in your hand. Things like skills, your talent, your family background, your educational background, your networks, connections. Now, I'll give you another example. This is also from Steve Jobs, because I think he's an amazing entrepreneur. He was an amazing entrepreneur and an innovator as well. Steve Jobs had a skill. His skill was marketing, right? His skill was marketing, but remember, his passion was technology. Now, when he connected passion with his skill, or his resource, I should say, he became resourceful. Steve Jobs did not know how to code things. He was not an engineer, but he still had that passion towards technology. That's why he had the ability to call HP, right? He also had the skill, marketing. He was able to convince people, sell products like nobody else. Now, many people might have the resources, but they are not resourceful. But when you are able to connect your passion with your resource, then you will be able to become resourceful. The third core value, connecting the dots, looking backwards. Now, this is also a concept brought in by Steve Jobs in one of his commencement speeches. Now, people say, don't look at your past, right? But I say, you should be able to look into your past. When you connect the dots looking backwards, only then you'll be able to figure out what your passion is and what your resources are. Because even in terms of resources, right, your skills, your talent, you're not born with it. You're not born with any passion. There are certain events in life that will make you love what you're going to do. There are certain events in life that you develop skills, right? So when you're able to connect these events looking backwards, then you give a light towards the future. You can't connect the dots looking forward, because that wouldn't make sense, because nothing in the future has ever happened, right? But the past has already existed. And now when you connect all those events, only then you'll be able to figure out what your passion is and what your resources are. And when you connect your passion with resource, by connecting the dots, looking backwards, then you'll be able to answer why you want to do what you want to do in life. Earlier, we heard Nancy speak, like when she was when she was in her process in opening a school, right? She used to work in the day, and also work at night. I spoke to her earlier, and she said that she would wake up until like 3 a.m. in the morning. Now, since she had that internal drive, right? Since she had that passion, she didn't give up. It was difficult, but she continued. She continued, because there's a saying called, only the test of fire makes fine steel, right? So she kept on taking that fire, but then again, she continued working. Now she's here. Jack Anderkey. Now, when Mr. Murray mentioned he was rejected by 199 universities, he failed 199 times. But he picked himself up, he applied again. You know, he did it again, and then he succeeded. That's what internal drive, that's what answering why you want to do what you want to do makes you do, right? Because if you don't have that internal drive, you'd give up. You know, 10 colleges you rejected me, I'm going to give up. No, you think that it's not going to happen. But once you have that, once you're able to answer why you want to do what you want to do, only then you won't give up. You continue doing it. And only then you will have a purpose in life so that you can be successful. So what if we could all promote this idea of answering why you want to do what you want to do in life and make this world a happier place to live, a more productive place to live, and an efficient place to live as well. Thank you so much.
Sweet.
I guess we're talking about passion and not sleeping. I think it's safe to say Andrew and I have about 3 hours sleep collectively the last maybe 3 or 4 days. So, yeah, thanks. Is this on? No, I'm kidding. Yeah. So, Andrew's next. Yeah, that's why we are going to recover in the proper way with 2 rock bands and an all-night party. So, you know, what if? Next speaker, though.
Yeah. So the next speaker is Shane Kincaid. This is actually his 2nd year presenting. He did that good, that well. So having completed his religious studies and philosophy majors and graduating from Westminster College this May, Shane is almost wholly unsure about what he's going to do with his life. But he has a few ideas. He wants to be a writer of fiction, perhaps of some acclaim. He also wants to enact his passions, such as space exploration and human compassion upon the world. In this befuddled context, you may find his what if question: what if space were America's playground? Here's Shane Kincaid.
Where am I? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Shane Kincaid, and I want to ask a slightly different question. The past hour or two, we've been hearing questions about what could be. If you were an entrepreneur, if you were able to exercise your passions a little better. I want to ask instead, what could have been if things were slightly different? And so, my question, my what-if question, as you can see up there, is what if space were our playground? And there's the nationalistic element in the thing, the America's playground, but just roll with it. Okay, where's the button? There we go. Okay, what? No. Go back. Too far. This thing is touchy. Okay. What I'm going to talk about is tied intricately to a literary genre that I'm personally very fond of called alternate history. It's also known as counterfactual history or uchronia. And alternate history is a timeline where things happen differently from what happened here. For instance, if the Nazis had won World War II, if the South had won the Civil War, etc. So, what if space had been our playground? In order to have a successful alternate history, we have to go back and look at real history. And so I'm going to take you back to the 20th of July, 1969, and ask, whither Apollo? On this date, humans first walked on another celestial body. If you're a moon hoaxer, you can leave if you don't like that, you know. But anyway, imagine that that was a real thing and that people actually walked on the moon. If you're a person who plans this event, you're elated, but you're also filled with a sense of deflation. What do we do now? How do we top this? NASA's answer was what they called the Apollo Applications Program, which included a bunch of fun stuff, one of which you can see above me. This is an Apollo hardware-derived space station that would have been launched on a Saturn V. You can see the little Apollo command and service module docked to the top. Other possibilities included continued lunar exploration using Apollo-derived hardware, pressurized rovers, and trucks that would land heavy equipment on the moon, leading to a lunar base. This is all period concept art, by the way, made by NASA's own artists. My personal favorite and the most audacious plan to come out of the Apollo Applications Program was a manned Mars and Venus flyby. Same mission, 3 men, 3 years in deep space. Didn't happen. You may have noticed. It's not in the history books. The reason is Congress. Well, sort of. In 1967, NASA suffered its first really major disaster, which was the Apollo 1 fire. It killed 3 astronauts. They never made it into space on their mission, killed them on the launch pad during a test. It was supposed to be routine, no danger, but it killed them anyway. And Congress wanted to punish NASA for being incompetent? Who knows? But Congress wanted to punish NASA anyway. And so they couldn't cut the Apollo budget because that might delay the first moon landing until after 1970, and that would desecrate the grave and the memory of JFK. So instead, they cut the budget for what comes after Apollo. So the space station you see up there is Skylab, which is the only thing we got out of Apollo applications. Pretty cool, but nevertheless not a manned flyby of Mars and Venus. So you might say, if you're an organization, or if you're an entrepreneur, as we've been saying, you might say at this point, well, maybe we should scale back our ambitions. Maybe we should be a little bit more practical and reasonable. NASA didn't do that. NASA said, why not bigger? Let's go into deeper space. And so this part is the story of the integrated program plan, which is, I think, the most fun not happening thing in NASA's history. The integrated program plan came about because in 1969, NASA got a new administrator named Thomas Paine. Mr. Paine had no political expertise, but he was a space true believer. He felt in his bones that humans were supposed to be up there gallivanting around, especially Americans were. And his pet project in space was a big space station. Now, what you see above is a plan that he encouraged that would be a 12-man nuclear-powered space station, potentially expandable to more people. For context, by 1975, by the way, which is 7 years after Integrated Program Plan begins. For context, the current International Space Station, which is the largest space station that's ever been built, cost around $120 billion from 16 different countries, maybe 18, I think it's 16. Fact check me, somebody. Took about 20 years to put into space, not 7, and only has a crew of 6, not 12. So this was a little optimistic. But wait, there's more. This very, very large space station would serve as the basis, by 1980, for a space base, which would have a crew of between 50 and 100. You see the little triangle at the top? That's a space shuttle. Space shuttles are huge. Also, this thing has 3 nuclear reactors. They were big into nukes. I don't know why. Anyway, both of these concepts would be serviced by a space shuttle, but not the one we got. The one NASA wanted was fully reusable. It's the one you see above. Had 2 stages, both of them manned. And they would have been the largest reusable vehicles ever built. Obviously, we didn't get this. As a side note, might have been good if we had, because both of the shuttle disasters were caused by the makeshift booster system that NASA had to use in place of the reusable booster. So, may have been safer. The space shuttle also would service spaceborne shuttles, which they called tugs. Tugs were essentially flying propellant tanks with engines attached, and you could attach various, things, as you can see in the thing. These could potentially go all the way to the moon. The Integrated Program Plan called for a lunar orbit space station, which would cooperate with a lunar surface base, or possibly several. You can see some tugs flying up there. All of which would culminate in manned Mars missions by 1983. That's 15 years after this plan is being made. So why didn't it happen? Well, I imagine you can guess. That's a picture of President Nixon playing with an early model of the space shuttle we got. President Nixon was presented this enormous, grandiose plan by Administrator Payne, and Payne didn't provide him any alternative. He didn't say you can have plan A, B, and C. He said you can have plan A. Nixon rejected that, and in the vacuum that followed, Nixon simply provided the space plan that fulfilled his political objectives. The space shuttle was built in California. Nixon needed to win California in 1972. And as I mentioned, Payne was politically inept. But we're asking, what if? So here's the alternate history. What if Payne had understood that the nation couldn't possibly commit a budget several times Apollo's for the next 20 years, and instead he proposed a fully reusable 2-stage shuttle, a single space station, a few tugs maybe, humans going back to the moon by 1990, which is 20-odd years in the future, and humans landing on Mars by 2000. Nixon, in fact, endorsed a manned landing on Mars by 2000, but of course the date was so far in the future that it was politically useless. Spread over 30 years, the cost of this isn't too bad. So it's possible Nixon would have approved it. More important, since it didn't happen, is this too big for you? Does this feel uncomfortably large? The Integrated Program Plan was huge and probably would never have come to pass. But consider, even the full plan would only have opened the inner solar system for human exploration, which is a drop in the bucket compared to other star systems and the galaxy as a whole. Maybe, since Apollo ended, we've become used to thinking small in space. We eventually got a space station, we had the space shuttle for a while, kind of evolutionary stuff rather than revolutionary. So what I want to ask is, what if we think big again? What if space became our playground? Thank you.
Matt, do you want to talk about
All right, before we introduce our last questionnaire of the day, some of you know us way too well, and thank you for sticking around a little longer. But for some of you, you may or may not know the history of What If or how Andrew and I got started and where this all came about. Now I just wanted to share a couple words with you to let you in on that. As you all probably figured out by now, we have a connection to Westminster College, which is about 30 miles the other direction, right? We have a great representation out of here, and in many ways, we could not be here today without it. Many, many years ago, I attended Westminster College and graduated from there, and graduated with much more than just a degree, graduated with an ability to think and view the world with a liberal arts perspective. From a series of crazy, crazy events, I found myself back there a little over a decade later, in which I met another student of Westminster College. And in a very small office with no windows on a very small campus in a very small town in the middle of the country, in the middle of the state, we decided to talk about big things. We decided to talk about things that were beyond our limits and beyond our capabilities. And fortunate for a guy like this to keep it pushing, and the next thing you know, we're doing What If, just as a club, just as kind of a curiosity. And it moves from that, it moves into doing it again. And then it's a business. And it goes from there to here, and things that happened like during this week from meeting many of you from all over the country who have taken, taken your time, your money to come out here to make a part of this. But also just the emails and the calls we've been getting on a weekly basis from places like the Netherlands, from Thailand, from Germany, from California, from Philadelphia, and just 2 days ago from Ecuador. It's amazing when you don't put limits on yourself to think where this can go. So if Andrew has anything else to add to it.
Yeah, it has definitely been an experience. I think I joked with Matt once that running a startup is kind of like riding a roller coaster through a burning building. That it's in a super small team. We're not even bootstrapping it. We're too scrappy for that. And so yeah, we have stretched pretty much as far as we can. And I think this is helping us grow. And so the next time you come, we should have a bigger team, a bigger audience, a bigger everything. Yeah, and so I think without further ado, I'm going to switch it over to Sarah Caldecott. Sarah, we met through just a click on Twitter, basically. We reached out, said, hey, we like what you're doing. And she was like, oh, hey, let's hear more. So Sarah is an innovation process expert who works with organizations that want to bring innovation to the center of their business practices. A great grandniece of Thomas Edison, she is a highly sought after speaker and content developer on the subjects of both innovation and collaboration. Sarah offers consulting services based on Thomas Edison's 5 competencies of innovation and his 4 phases of true collaboration, delivering strategies that translate Edison's brilliance for the digital era. Her work has appeared in the New York Times, Fast Company, on CNBC, as well as PBS, and now What If? She was named a top 40 innovation blogger for 2012 by the innovationexcellence.com community and a top 50 innovation tweeter in 2013. And so, here's Sarah Caldecott.
Hello. I decided that if Edison were here, he would have changed up the stage. So I'm sitting on one of the bar stools back there, and I actually do not use notes when I speak, but today I'm speaking from the back of a napkin. I decided I would synthesize some of the things that we've all been hearing today and place them into the context of how Edison thought. What were some of the ways that he created innovation capability in his organizations? Thomas Edison created over 200 companies in his lifetime. He pioneered 6 industries in less than 35 years. He employed thousands of people, both in the United States and overseas, primarily in Europe, because he manufactured all of the things that he invented. So there are many aspects of Edison's world that we don't think about. Mostly, we think of his individual inventions. This is what history and historians primarily speak to us about. But what I wanted to look at was, how was Edison such a successful serial innovator? What were the things he was doing over the course of his 62-year career that we can replicate now in the 21st century? So my goal has really been to translate Edison's methods for now. I am a business person. I spent 15 years in corporate life, primarily in marketing and product management. I launched many products in the United States as well as internationally during that time. So I've had a very deep and rich connection to the world of innovation from the side of the doer. So my goal really is to build innovation capability in organizations. My question today has to do with, what if we could build some of these innovation-driving capabilities that Edison used into our organizations today? What if we could use a process that he described as midnight lunch in our efforts as teams, in our efforts as divisions and organizations, schools, you name it? So I'd like to talk a little bit about that today and offer some provocative thoughts to you. I've done a great deal of research on Edison's life and work over the last 10 years. I work with the historians at Rutgers University, which is the home of the Thomas Edison Papers archives. Over 5 million pages of documents exist from Edison's time on the planet. He documented all of his experiments, the work of all of his teams, and in essence created a body of collective intelligence that we can go back and literally trace day by day by day what he was doing, what he was thinking. So part of the magic then comes in, what is the relevance? How do we translate this to now? One of the most fascinating things I learned in my research is that Edison was actually a tremendous collaborator. A lot of times we think of Edison as working by himself. How many of you have this image of Edison just sort of toiling away in the laboratory by himself or in his attic, what have you? This is where we get tangled up in the lore of the American inventor. And it's true. We heard about entrepreneurship today. We have this wonderful juice and fizz in American culture around new ideas, new concepts that people create in their garage, in their basement, and more. And Edison gets swept into that. But in fact, from the time that he was a teenager, he worked with groups of people to create prototypes of his ideas, to draw his ideas, and to just talk about them. In Edison's time, only 2 people could exist on a patent. So Edison was not able to give credit through royalties to all of the people who helped create the 1,093 US patents he had and the 1,293 international patents that he held. So part of what he did was to create profit sharing in the laboratory. That was a way of keeping everybody engaged and everybody in the game. A very innovative concept for the 1870s and 1880s. But there was one practice that really stood out for me, and it was called midnight lunch. Midnight lunch took place after hours when Edison would return to the laboratory unannounced at about 7 o'clock. So no one knew if he was going to come, not come after hours. But on those days that he did come, what he would do is arrive at the laboratory and check on his experiments. He had many experiments that were running over multi-day cycles, and sometimes he just wanted to see how they were doing. So he'd arrive at the laboratory, he'd check at his workstation and so on, and then he would talk to the other people who were staying late as well. And this might be some 10, 12 folks on any given evening, and he would go and talk with them and ask to see their notebooks. He would have them each exchange notebooks with each other and learn about the different types of experiments that were being run in the laboratory side by side. These are sound experiments, electricity experiments, experiments in motion. Edison invented motion pictures, the storage battery. So there are many different types of expertise sitting side by side. And by having people exchange and create dialogue, they were able to see patterns. They were able to offer insights into each other's work and create a real level of engagement and excitement. So they would do this for about 2 hours, and then Edison would order in food from a local tavern, and they'd have sandwiches and beverages. They'd kick back, tell stories, sing songs, I'm not kidding, and smoke cigars for about an hour. And in this time, they got to know each other as people. So there was a social exchange. There's a very interesting way of creating trust and creating connection. After about an hour, they'd go back to work and roll up their sleeves once again and continue their experiments and dialogue. So they'd kick off at about midnight. Some people would stay, some people would go back home, but hence the name Midnight Lunch. Now, these were unstructured events. There was no agenda. There was no one checking their watch and saying, oh, it's 9 o'clock now, we have to order in food. There was really a free-form flow. We heard about flow today, being engaged, being connected, really not worrying about how much time was passing. In these exchanges as well, very important things were happening with the employees themselves. Employees transformed to being colleagues. Being a colleague is very different than just being a number inside an organization. How many of you have ever felt like a colleague in an organization of any size, small or large? Okay, so roughly 60% of you. It's an almost indescribable feeling of being connected, of being in a community. And this is part of what Edison was able to create with these midnight lunches, was a cloning of this sense of collegiality. As well, coming out of this midnight lunch process was the ability to ask questions. Edison began his invention and innovation process with questions. He did not begin with solutions. He tried this early in his career. His very first patented invention, which came out when he was 22, a dream fulfilled for him, failed because he went right into his idea and right into launch without looking at customer needs. And he realized that he didn't ask enough questions about what customers wanted or what was possible. So this changed his entire way of inventing. And he began all of his exercises with questions. So if we think about creating innovation capability in organizations, if we talk about creating innovation capability in students to come out into a workforce and function in an agile way, what are some of the things that we could do? I'd like to draw on a couple themes that I've heard today. Part of what I've written about is what I describe as the 5 competencies of innovation that Edison used over and over again over the course of his career. And the very first of these 5 competencies is what I describe as a solution-centered mindset. This is the belief that a solution is out there, that by being optimistic and positive, that no matter what happens, you are going to be able to make progress and find an answer. So Edison would begin his process by reading. We heard one of the speakers this afternoon talk about reading and the importance of that. Edison did not just read one area of endeavor related to his experiments, he read broadly. So if any of you can begin preparing your minds to be innovators, read broadly. One of the very first steps that you can take. A second, kaleidoscopic thinking. This is the second competency of innovation. Edison had an extraordinary ability to look at problems from multiple angles. A lot of times we put blinders on and we see things only from our perspective. Edison was able to turn and shift constantly to examine problems in multiple ways. One of the ways he did this was to exercise some of what we're doing today, the what-if muscle, which is almost like a science fiction building muscle. What is possible? What are the biggest, vast, most crazy expanses of ideas that we could come up with? Edison did that routinely, and he wrote some of these ideas down in his notebooks. Another thing that he focused on was anomalies. We actually often get very uncomfortable with anomalies, but as we move out into a world of big data, as we move out into a world where we're going to have robots talking to robots and robots talking to humans, we are going to see more anomalies. Edison thought anomalies were very important pieces of data, and they stretched the thinking process in unique ways. We are dealing right now with an anomaly in the Malaysian Airlines situation. So we can see how impactful anomalies can be. So in preparing ourselves to be innovation ready, we need to be looking at anomalies and considering them as part of the data set. The third competency of innovation, full spectrum engagement. I think this is actually one of the most interesting areas of discussion today. Part of what Edison was very good at doing was navigating a spectrum of opposites. He was excellent at dealing with complexity, but also as expressing complex ideas in simple terms. He was very good at being serious in the lab, but he could also be playful. So think about what your navigation spectrum is. Do you get stopped when you experience failure? Or are you able to push beyond that and move towards success? These are some of the mental toughness muscles that we have to continue to exercise. Happiness is fantastic. It's excellent. We all want to be there. I think that the pursuit of happiness actually involves the ability to navigate these opposites. Now, Edison gives us a lot of tools on how we can do that. Fourth competency of innovation, mastermind collaboration. I mentioned a moment ago that Edison really worked in teams. And for him, the unit of innovation was the small team. Specifically, generally, teams of 2 to 8 people. Once you get over 8 people, and some of you may have experienced this even in your tables today, once you get over 8 people, it gets very hard to communicate. There's complexity that kind of gets built into the system that is unhelpful. So Edison created this collegial environment where there were small teams operating. They could link and connect like Lego blocks at the drop of a hat. Because he had created a collegial environment, he was able to scale projects very readily this way. So this notion of collaboration is actually very fascinating for us today in a world of virtual systems, virtual technologies, and smart devices. When we collaborate with someone, we may not see them for months at a time. They may just be someone on a telepresence monitor. They may be someone in a Skype call. So how do you create that sense of collegiality and collaboration in a very real sense? Edison would really have a lot to offer us here. One comment I would make is that women are excellent in the realm of collaboration. And part of what I realized in writing Midnight Lunch was this notion that collaboration has a lot of invisible mile markers. Part of collaboration is creating coherence. The ability for a team to actually stay together and not fly apart when you're halfway through, 3/4 of the way through, and so on. Women are very good at providing the connective tissue that helps people feel a sense of purpose and a sense of progress. And without those things, collaboration fails. Edison actually believed that women had equal intelligence to men. Now, I know today that sounds just crazy, and we believe, of course, yes, that women have the same capability and intelligence as men. But in the 1870s, 80s, and 90s, that was not the case. And Edison went on record and stated that he believed women had equal capability to men. So this is a very interesting way of thinking about, again, navigating that spectrum. How are you able to think about what your capability is and how far you can push it? A few final thoughts. The fifth competency of innovation is what I call super value creation. And this is really where Edison is so different from many of the other inventors and innovators that we can think about. As a serial innovator, he created over $500 billion in market value by the time of his death. That was 3% of global GDP. So he had an incredible skill when it came to creating products and services that led people out into new ways of behaving, new ways of connecting, new ways of functioning in their daily lives. Part of how he did this was to monitor trends. He read the newspaper every day. He looked at trends. What was happening around him? Where could a market move? Where could a particular scientific capability go if he were to push it to a new height or to a new level? Trends were very important to him, and business models were very important to him. We've heard a lot today about the education system, that the model of education is not working as effectively as it could. This is a business model problem. It is not just something to complain about. It is something where we need to be looking at structures and ways of creating new value. Innovation capability is probably the single most important thing that we can bring to our workforce. America is the innovating nation of the world. This is our core competence. This is how we distinguish ourselves in the global economy. So for us to be focusing on innovation is very central not only to our individual capability and how we can maximize our potential as individuals, but how we can maximize our potential as a nation. So I believe what we can do is claim this. We claim innovation as the driving force of our economy. And if we can claim that, then we can move and create agility in our programs of education, in our technology sector, in so many of the ways that affect our daily lives. If there's anything that I could leave you with today, it would be, if there is something that you want to pursue, if you want to be a generation changer, as one of the speakers this afternoon described, you've got to claim that. You've got to say, this is what I'm going to do. And you put a flag in the ground and move toward that. Complaining will not get you to claiming. Innovation capability is one of the most important things that we can develop, and I hope all of you will think about Edison as a driver of your ability to collaborate, your ability to solve problems in unique ways, and to go forth and innovate. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very, very much. And we have one more breakout session activity to do with everybody. I know our brains are probably starting to get tired. Do not worry. We've already mentioned about the bands coming later. There will also be food very shortly. But before we get to that, we want to make sure that we, again, brainstorm for 5 minutes, discuss for 10 minutes, and then design action steps. If you haven't, I've seen some people have already gotten up and switched groups and moved around. If you have enough energy, I encourage you to get up and keep switching around, because this may be your last chance to have some random collisions with some pretty awesome people. So 5 minutes brainstorming starting now. Okay, so that wraps up the brainstorming session. You need to move into the discussion session next. So for 10 minutes, discuss, add your own backgrounds and insights into these brainstorms and the questions, and we'll check back in 10. Do you need help collecting or gathering? I think you did them already, right?
I got most of
I
it.
just realized it's,
The
oh no,
bulk
you
of
probably
it.
need, yeah. We'll gather some. Yes.
Yes, I'm going to be leaving, but I wanted to thank you for having
No,
me
the
today.
thank yous all on our side. You did, yeah. Like I said, the first thing. We had 2 senior innovations today. This is the first one ever. 3 years. The first one ever. Very good. We came out, and like, they're already, Nancy and everybody else is like, all they want to know is how long before the videos go up. Yeah. How long before the video? She's been crushing it, Nancy, with her Agile Learning School. It's an independent school, and she's out of Charlotte. And now that word's getting out, she went from, you know, and it came this close, like, I don't have enough students, I can't do it, to boom, and now just going gangbusters on the Agile learning method.
I wanted to let you know I really enjoyed your presentation. I think for where you are in life and so forth, the observations were really impressive. And as you go through life, there's going to be opportunities to stop doing what you're doing. Don't.
I shall not.
Don't grow up.
Yeah,
As you can tell, I've been here. I've been around a little bit, and as I know Matt, I moved here about 5 years ago from the San Francisco Bay Area. So I was very involved with STAR communities and so forth. And there's something that you were able to tap into that will lead to a lot of not just what you can do, but what other people will do because of you.
Just a thought.
What's your name again? My name's Joel.
What's for the book? Oh, yeah.
I just found out
I
last
do
night she
not.
had one. Has written one.
But,
I got some medicine stuff
Matt knows
for her
how
to
to get
autograph, and she did that nicely for my grandkids.
I have a couple
my
books,
daughter will be
but
going to
yeah,
I had no
I
idea.
agree.
I'll
That's
make
all good.
really close friends with your daughter.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being
And let him know. We even have put some out here to.
So yeah, like I said, I think
That's right. And I have one. I should have brought one with me to at least hold up.
And I've
You have a
actually
bookshelf,
worked with
right?
Matt to take
That's
what's
nice too.
You're right
Yeah.
on it.
being able to take it to businesses and organizations to help them manage change and strategic planning and all these other things that businesses has in many ways danced in. But in order for us as a community and as a species to survive
In the future, we will certainly do this.
we're going to have to do this. So the change has got to start from the top, and at some point in time,
Let me
that's
do
going
some
to be you.
tweets and articles and blog posts. Yeah, we'll mention. Sounds good. Thanks.
You're welcome. Let you know.
I just want to gush real quick. That was articulate. He can come back and talk to me. It's, we're gonna land this plane just for the.
How much more time?
We have about 5 minutes, and then the last. We have some really good. There's some good stuff on here.
Yes.
There's some good stuff on here. Sorry.
But I think that's maybe in part just
Yeah, I won't do yeah. You know what? I'll teach you how to use Twitter sometime. Yeah. Keep me young. any food that's left around, it's yours. Just dig through. There might be an extra cookie somewhere. Or, in fact, they scare me. Me just coming close to them might harm them in some way. So I'll just trust that there's something good with them.
Understanding of one another. So I think it kind of goes back to empathy again. Understanding someone else's point of view. You know, so I think it's trying to foster that and understanding. Do that and to appreciate differences. Best teams are always the best teams. We do this in the sun. A lot of times conversations that you see at the conversation board. 20-year-olds.
A little bit of everything, right?
Hey, them girls. Them girls.
Sure, that's us. Absolutely. Yeah, it's not Mother's Day, they're not moving, but it works.
That's what happened last time.
I know. Okay.
Hopefully it wasn't the city.
It,
Do you see it?
it just moved recently. It was there when we came back in. After lunch, we came back, we went to, during the lunch break, we went to, it was there when we came back. Okay,
Do we want to give some thank yous to the people who provide sponsorship?
Yes.
Do you have a list of those? 'Cause I don't mind reading them, or you can read them. It doesn't matter.
I mean, so we did it once.
Not the sponsorships.
Oh, like the micro sponsorships?
Yeah. Do we do that now?
Yeah. I will get that. You can read them. I have a list of things that we have to get in the wrap-up.
So I'll read that. You do the wrap up. Cool. And we're going to go to the last 5 minutes here in about 2 minutes. I really have to pull you away from this, but I want to make sure you got to meet Matt before I think he's about to take off. Teacher? Yes. Yeah, thanks. Because I think he's about to take off. He's doing some amazing things, including curriculum and stuff that I want to make sure. Do you know where Matt went?
Matt just left, actually. If you want to run.
And if he already left, I'll tell you what, I'll connect you. Yeah, that's okay. I'll connect you with.
Actually, he's in the truck across the street.
It's okay. I'll connect you through email, do an email connection stuff. But
that'd be great.
I want to make sure because you guys are doing different things, that you're still having a similar impact on education.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You just know. I didn't have my running shoes. So.
Yeah, we'll be glad to do that.
We'll do that. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Thanks again for coming out and all you've done, and keep doing it.
Thank you for letting me.
I'm so sorry. Okay, that's the end of the 10-minute discussion. Now we're going to move on to the action steps. So again, come up with 3 to 5 action steps of things that you can do to turn these ideas into action. We'll give you 5 minutes, and then we're going to get into the wrap-up.